morning, everybody. Welcome back to Let's Talk Live. We are waiting for the Karen Reed trial to resume. Court here should take off in a couple of minutes, and we'll wait for the feed. I can only find the Court TV feed right now. I'm really looking for the Law and Crime Network feed, but I don't see it. And maybe I'm just missing something, but I'm going to search around here, and we'll wait for testimony to resume. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, I see the Law and Crime. I like that feed better. That tends to have the best audio. So let's pull that up, and I will get that situated. And if anything happens with the Law and Crime feed, we'll snip over to Court TV. Let me just mute the Court TV feed. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, moderators. And we'll get situated. Looks like we're doing so far so good. So again, we're just waiting for court to resume, to kick off, at 9 a.m. Sometimes they've been running a little bit late. And I thank everybody for being over here. I've heard from all of the subscribers and different moderators and whatnot that kind of zoom around all of these streams that I have the best audio. I enhance the audio so you can hear it. I make it a much pleasurable listening experience, and I appreciate everybody being over here. I want to let everybody know, as you're coming in today, 25% of all donations that come in today will go to Karen Reed's defense fund. I will donate that, and what I'm doing is just keeping track of it in the chat for transparency, and then I will call it out. And at the end, what I've been doing is posting the receipts on my Facebook page and my YouTube community page. And you can actually just go directly right to her website. And I've been putting on the Defense Fund website, LTL Media Chat Raiser. So when we come to that total, I call it out here at the end of the stream, and then we go over and I donate it. So last couple of days, we've raised $150 on Sunday night. Yesterday, we raised $85, and I would like to keep that trend going this morning. So if we can just keep that going, we'll raise some money for Karen, give 25% of that kick back to her, and donate that into her defense fund. So thank you so much all for being here. We'll let the chat grow. Again, we're waiting for live testimony to kick off. I'm not sure if it's going to be Goody or it's going to be Lank. That would be very interesting, knowing what we saw at the end of court yesterday. And it looks, I'm going to see and I hope that Bev rules on the decision to allow this prior case in that Lank was involved in with the hitting of the two gentlemen, specifically one, and there may be testimony from that certain gentleman. So this is going to get interesting. And I'm sorry, I apologize with the names. There's a lot of names flying around, and sometimes we tend to forget. But we'll do our best. We'll do our best. But again, thank you all for being here this morning. Let the chat fill in. Good morning. Good morning. And if I could, I'm not sure if there's a moderator. My girlfriend's off today, so I'm not sure if there's a moderator that is available to stay through this entire day of streaming. But if you can, and you can volunteer, I would love this. As I call out the chats, could we keep a running total going so we know what that 25% is at the end of the stream, so I can donate that when the stream ends. If one of my mods could do that, I appreciate it. If not, I got the old pen and pad. I'll try to keep my best tabs on it as I can, but I like to call them out and type them in the chat so we have transparency. Good morning, Jay-Z. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Dina. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Good morning, Elise. I think earlier in the chat, I saw someone that says, Jenny says, my son James just met you. I'm so jealous. Haha. Yes. So when I came in this morning to the studio, Rogue's going to keep tabs on the chats as they come in, the donations. I appreciate that. Yeah, Jenny, I came into the studio this morning. It's really hot in the building, but we're getting air conditioning here, and there's a group of gentlemen from a company doing all the duct work and figuring that all out. I came into the studio today. It was a handful of guys in here, and they were looking in my ceiling, and I got to talking, and they were like, oh, what do you do? Your studio looks great. And I said, I follow, a lot of the local court cases around here and stream about it. And I said, Karen Reed, and they went, oh my God. So we started kind of talking about that this morning, and it got really, really good. And they agreed. They said, hey, we feel like she's being railroaded as well. I said, if you're not watching the testimony and seeing what's happening here, I don't know. I mean, this is groundbreaking. So Veronica in the chat says, today is going to be another very interesting day of testimony. I absolutely agree. Good morning, Caitlin. Thanks for being here. Jilly's in the house. She says, good morning. Good morning. It's Tuesday morning. It is Tuesday morning. We're just waiting for trial to start. Rogue says, my dogs are trained to take themselves out to the backyard. Wow, that's good. More corruption coming soon. Yeah, I agree. All right. So Nikita just said, hey, Brian, Tom CPU just got to 7,000 subs. That's great. Congratulations, Tom. You deserve it. All that boots on the ground work that you do. I want to let the audience know I have some good news. The computer that I am getting built to run kind of this mega studio is actually on its way. It's on its way to be delivered. And then I'll be able to bring that in here and start setting up all my additional cameras and microphones, which is going to allow me to do what? It's going to allow me to actually start having guests in studio guests, so we can start having some live conversations during all of this. So I'm super stoked about that. Super, super stoked about that. I can't wait. I have 2 empty seats there. I'm going to end up getting probably 2 more. We'll get all the room mics set up, the additional camera, so you can see everybody, and it'll be great. And it was funny because a bunch of the workers in the building today, they popped in really quick, and they're like, wow, this looks really great in here. So I can't wait to start getting some live people in here and sitting down and having face-to-face conversations. I know it's great to have the conversations over StreamYard, but it's much different when someone's sitting in front of you. You have more of an organic conversation, in my opinion. And that's what I've always wanted to do, is have sit-down conversations. But again, we're just waiting for court to start. We're on the Law and Crime Network. They seem to have the best audio, and then I do boost it, so it gets a lot clearer to you. And I appreciate everybody being here. Stephanie checking in. She says, good morning from Stephanie. I watch you because you don't talk over anyone. Yeah, I try not to talk. We sit back in the background. I may interject a little bit and give my thoughts in a particular situation, but usually express everything with the mute button on and facial expressions, so I can make the the experience more enjoyable for you. And I think that's why people come here. They want the enhanced audio. They want to be quiet. They really want to listen. I try to listen as best as I can and take detailed notes as best as I can. Chris starting it off with a $9.99 super sticker. Chris, thank you so much. And I want to make sure that you understand 25% of your donation today is going to go towards Karen Reed's defense fund. And like I said, at the end of my streams, I've been going over, donating that money, and then posting the receipts up on my Facebook page. So if you're not there connected to my Facebook page, you need to at LTL Media. I post the receipt up there, and I also post it on my YouTube community page. And you can just go right to her website. They give the listing of recent donations, and you can see the donation is posted. And I've been posting them as LTL Media Chat Raiser, so you'll be able to keep tabs on that. We like to keep it full for transparency. We got the $9.99 from Chris. Thank you so much. MIG stepping up with a $5. 25% of it will go towards Karen Reed's defense fund. Thank you. So we're at 15. I'd love to reach the goal of 100 for Karen today. I really would love to do that. And there's multiple ways that you can donate. I have Cash Apps that will drop, Venmo links, PayPal. You can super chat. Super chats are great because we get to bring them up. If you have a question or a comment, super chat, we'll bring it up. It highlights your comment. So we're at $15 so far. Yes, thank you. Starting off. Good morning, honey. How are you? I know you're probably on the train right now and you had kind of a wreck getting your parking spot, but I'm glad you got one. And I appreciate all the support you've given me. I really do. We're at 15. Thank you. Again, we're just waiting for court to start. It's been running a little late in the morning, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So we were having a discussion last night, and I know it's tough to do this because Casey and I were having a discussion. Our sister was on the phone. We're on a 3-way FaceTime call. And I said, I know it's very, very hard to do this because we've been following this case, especially here on this channel, for over a year now. We're pretty close to a year. And knowing what we know and all the streams that we've done and all the conversation we've talked about. But I want you all to think about this. Take yourself out of this for a minute. Take yourself out of this for a minute. And let's say you just came into this case. Maybe you just started reading about it a couple of weeks because we knew trial was starting to ramp up. If you didn't know anything about this case, everything that you have seen so far over the last 6 days that has been presented in front of your eyes, is there any way that you think that Karen Read did this? Is there any way that the Commonwealth right now is showing that Karen Read did this? If you think that the Commonwealth is doing their job in this case, I want you to drop a 1 in the chat. If you think the Commonwealth is not doing their job and not showing that Karen Read did this, you drop a 2 in the chat. Now, we know here Karen Read is being framed. Absolutely. This is absolute corrupt case. And all the 2s are popping in. Absolutely. I don't see it. There's nothing that the Commonwealth has brought in front of me. If I was a juror in that courtroom, sitting there, not knowing anything about this case, so far, their case, there is nothing that they have brought in front of me that shows that Karen Read did this. And I will get to that super chat in a second, just on a good wave here. And I was even watching the news last night. I feel like Grant right now on my pen. I was watching the news last night. Maybe this will get my point. And they were even just spinning it. Oh, well, the police only had a stop and shop bag to collect evidence. The police only had, in this situation, red Solo cups. That's not the way you collect evidence. I mean, right there, if I was juror, say the crime scene is contaminated. They've done nothing to preserve anything in this crime scene at all. Let me get up to this super chat. So we're going to kick this off again. Christine Sullivan checking in with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you for streaming for us. Hope this can be your full-time job soon. I do too. I think we're far away, but it's people like you and it's all the subscribers that come over to LTL and really truly believe in what I'm trying to do here that helps move this channel along. I just want viewers. That's it. I just want views. That's all I want to do and get this channel out as far as we can into that algorithm. But I need the most interaction that I can get here to keep pushing the stream. The thing, and I'll be honest, I've talked about this. I think the thing that's a little disheartening about all of this is you look at all of the people that have been involved in really pushing this movement over the last 2 years. All the credit in the world goes to Aiden Turtleboy Carney. I mean, he's the one that broke open and pushed this wide open to the public. So you have Aiden. Aiden's still doing a phenomenal job in doing this. But you look down there at all the other, I would say, creators that have taken upon this. And really, this has been kind of the central focus around their channel over the last, let's say about year. Because really, it was Aiden that broke this open about a year and a half ago. But all the other people that have come into this movement and really put a lot of hard work in. I try to do the balance of streaming and going down there to court and filming and live streaming. You have Tom that's done tons of work down there. Paul Cristoforo, the Roccos, everybody that's been involved, the other creators that have been involved, the Glare, Melanie Little, we've been following this for a while. The thing that kind of irks me a little bit is you have, and I'm going to be a little transparent here, and this may sit sour with some people, but I think you understand my point, is that you have some of these other really large creators, okay? They may be lawyers, they may be an ex-lawyer or whatever, and they have a channel, and they have millions of subscribers on their channel, okay? And they have done no work into this case over the last year, 2 years, and all of a sudden, now that trial pops up, They start streaming it, and you go back and look, and they have 100,000 views on their video, and they really, in my mind, haven't done any work into this case. It kind of irks me a little bit. It does. I'll be transparent with all of you. It kind of irks me a little bit. And it's nothing wrong with their channel. It's nothing wrong with their content. But it just kind of irks me a little bit. It sits a little weird with me. And that may sit a little weird with you that I said that. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. DUI guy, great. He's done a lot of work on this case. You know, you all know who I'm talking about. You all watch the shows. You know what I'm talking about. All those huge creators that get pushed by YouTube come in, they don't do any work, or they might do like a week or two of like work leading up to trial. And all of a sudden they're dropping a video, 100,000 views, 300,000 views, 1 million views on their video. And where have you been? Where have you been over the last year and a half? So anyway, I digress. Another 5. MJ, so my pastor husband started following this case. Wow. Incredible. Look at the reach. Look at the reach. And we're already at $30 total right now. Already at $30 total. Let's see. Sugarfoot checking in. Let's see what they have to say. Sugarfoot checking in. It's a new subscriber here, and this is my first live. I knew nothing about this case going in, and if I was on the jury, there's so much reasonable doubt already. I completely agree. But we here know the deeper answer as to what's going on in all of this. This is an absolute sham. It's an absolute frame job, and Karen Reed is going to be 100% exonerated, in my opinion, by the end of this trial. You're already seeing it. You're already seeing it. What the Fox says, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Yes, you know, I got to blow off a little steam every once in a while. I just find it a little crazy, you know? We're the people that have been here. We're the people that have been the boots on the ground. We're the people that have been streaming countless hours of material into this. The research that we put in, the presentations, the videos that we put together. You know, I feel bad for all those people. You know, they've done countless hours of work. And then you have a channel that pops up, 1 million subscribers, drops a video or streams the trial. They already have 300,000 views on their video. It's not fair. Yeah, maybe, you know, maybe I should just take my ball and go home. But no, we're going to keep doing this. We're going to keep doing this for all of you. All right. What the Fox says, the sign deal for me was the red Solo cups next to Karen's vehicle after it all was collected hours prior. Absolutely. And what was that rag doing on the ground? Could we say that the rag possibly was dipped in that red Solo cup blood, and then that DNA was transferred on the taillight? And then you go back and you look at the videos of the taillight and the Sally port. It looked pretty intact to me. And then why is it completely removed? Why was it smashed into 45 pieces? Well, we know why it was smashed into 45 pieces, because they had to go back, and I've always said this before, and sprinkle the magic fairy dust around the crime scene. Why was there no taillight found when they were using the leaf blower? Shouldn't that have blown all that taillight all over the place? Shouldn't we found it next to John's body? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I've never seen a crime scene be secured with stopping shop paper bags, red Solo cups, and a leaf blower. That's a pretty compromised crime scene. And I think Alan Jackson and David Yannetti are going to keep making sure the jury understands that there is a lot of crime scene contamination going on in this case. Yes, I believe. I agree. I agree, SJ. She says Tom has been there every day, the entire day. He's done work just like you and the others. The bottom line is this. All the work that all the other people, and you know who I'm talking about, the group of core people, the people that are in, you know, all the people that are inclined to the justice page, all the creators that have been doing this for a year, you know, and keep this going. Those are the people that deserve it. People like you people like you that come to the streams and watch us here and help push this movement and watch the testimony and tell your friends about this case and share the information and have those discussions. You know, I find it very hard to believe, and we found this, we heard this during testimony the other day. I find it very hard to believe that no one that has been involved, I'm saying as far as the law enforcement and EMS workers, they're trying to say that they have not talked about this case at all. I find that extremely hard to believe. With as much conversation on the outside that we all do here, I find it extremely hard to believe that when they get on the stand and they are asked the question from Yannetti and Jackson, have you talked about this case outside of this courtroom setting? And they say, no, it never comes up. I find that extremely hard to believe. This is here in the state of Massachusetts where I am. This is one of the most, if not the most talked about case over the last 2 years. I find it very hard to believe. I find myself even offline talking about this all the time, all the time, all the time. So I find it extremely hard to believe that they say, oh, no, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. I think it's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Everybody talks about this case around here. If you live in Massachusetts, you're not talking about. I was just saying, I had a couple workers here in my office, in the studio just before I came in. They're putting duct work in for AC, and I looked at them and they go, "Oh, you know, what do you do?" And I said, "Well, I stream on YouTube, LTL Media, and I follow a lot of the local court cases around here, and I do, you know, national too." "Oh, really?" And I said, "Yeah, one of the biggest, hottest ones that I'm following right now is Karen Reed." And they all went, they all know. Everybody knows about this. And I said, "What do you think?" And they went, "They're framing that. You know, they're framing her big time, framing her." Wit, checking in. Thank you for being channel member, and thank you for your donation. 25% of your donation today will go towards Karen Reed's defense fund. And it says, don't sell sell short. TB broke this open, but you have built your platform on your own. Sure, I appreciate that. But TB really is the one that started this movement and deserves a lot of the credit. If it was not for him and not meeting him and having the honor to go on and host on his channel, you know, I wouldn't have the opportunity, and that opened up some doors of opportunity for me. And I am always so appreciative that. Yes, we have $40 total right now in total donations. 25% of that will go towards Karen Reed. What I'm trying to get to is $100 for Karen Reed today. Yesterday, we got 85. The day prior to that, we got 50 off chat raising, but then I threw in 100. So we did 150, 85 yesterday, and hopefully we can get to 100 today. But yeah, you know, it's I think we've all worked collectively together in cohesiveness to continue to do this. And I get it. Everybody has all their respective channels. Everybody does their own thing. It's perfectly fine. Every once in a while, my platform's always open to anybody. You know, any of those particular people that have been involved in the Karen Reed movement. I've always said that, hey, if you want to come over and hang out on LTL and have a chat, please reach out to me, you know. And that goes with any of the creators that have been following us. I've had Melanie over here. I've had Glera. I've had TB. I've had Tom. Sean and the Golf has been over here. All fantastic people. They're all been pushing this movement, all doing their part. And you all do your part as well, too, just for being here and being out there when you can be there. Again, we're just waiting for court to start. Looks like it's taking quite a long time. We got the fan on Court TV, but I like the Law and Crime stream. It seems the best for audio. Let's do this. Maybe I can pull a video. I know this is going to happen. I'm going to pull a video and then they're going to start. Which court was supposed to be at 9 o'clock today. They're maybe a little late, hashing out doing some housekeeping. But let's do this. Let's just throw a video up for now. I saw one this morning I wanted to play. Let's see. Oh, our favorite. All right, let's start it off. I will go to the court stream, I promise. Let's start off with what Julie Grant had to say about yesterday's. Oh, no, we're not. We're going live. Live in the courtroom. Law and crime, here we go. Audio's coming in. Thank you for all being here today. I appreciate all of you. And again, 25% of all donations today go to Karen Reed's Defense Fund. I'm going to minimize. I'm going to shut up.
Before the county of Norfolk. Do I need your attendance? You shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Your Honor, Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms.
Good
Reed.
morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I apologize for the delay this morning. What I'm going to start doing, we don't want to keep you folks waiting, and sometimes there's traffic or other reasons that we are delayed. Rather than reporting at 8:20 in the morning, I'm going to let you report at 8:30. Okay, just we'd rather you have us waiting than we have you waiting. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since you left yesterday? No. Everyone said no. Okay, thank you very much. Could we have Sergeant Good, please? Okay, thanks, Jim.
Sir, can you raise your right hand one more time? You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury the case now and here and to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Right, we all set?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning,
Peter
sir.
Yannetti, here we
Good
go.
morning.
Sergeant Good.
Sergeant, you are familiar with the key swipe system at the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how that works?
So police officers are issued looks like a credit card. I have it in my wallet. Anytime I enter or leave the police department, the exterior doors going out the back there's a key scan. You put up to it to unlock the door to come in. When you leave, you don't have to go in, but if you need to go into the booking area, you have to scan yourself in and out. And to get out of the sally points, you have to scan in and out.
Okay, and just trying to keep your voice up so that
Yes,
these
sorry.
last few jurors can hear you. How many officers on your department have those keys that can be swiped?
I would believe all of them.
Okay. And how many, or strike that. Do you know how this information is stored at the Canton Police Station?
I do not. I don't know the software, but I believe it's recorded anytime we would come and go.
Okay. And you say you believe that it's recorded at the time that the information is obtained? In other words, somebody key swipes in and that information is then stored, you believe, at the Canton Police Station?
I don't know the software, so I wouldn't be able to give you an educated response to that. I'm
And
not sure.
do you yourself, as a sergeant, have access to the key swipe data, or is that limited to certain officers at the department?
I don't believe I have access to that. I've never accessed
You've
that.
never accessed it. Okay. Your Honor, we do have a stipulation between the parties, if the court will accept it, to introduce the key swipe records from January 29th of 2022.
Okay,
I would offer that as the next exhibit.
any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are they subject to redactions?
Yes, we have redacted them. The court can certainly take a look to make sure that.
Have you all agreed to the redactions?
May we approach justice to that?
Yes.
Wow, Michael with a huge $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, not Mike. Hi, it's Jen, your fanatic. Love this channel. We could all be Karen Reed. Thank you so much, Jen. 25% of your $50 will go towards Karen Reed's defense fund. And my goal is to hit $100 for Karen Reed's defense fund today. Yannetti back, but the audio is not here. That is not me. The audio is unmuted. I don't know why. They might have an audio technical difficulty. If this doesn't clear up, oh, here we go. Okay, folks, bear with me. We may have to switch streams.
Before
Here we go.
now took the
Sorry.
stand today, did you go over your report?
My police report?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you looking for anything specifically?
No.
How long did you take to review that report between yesterday and today?
I scanned over it.
Few minutes?
Sure. Yes.
Have you spoken to anybody about your report?
No.
Nobody from the Canton Police?
No.
You recall that I had asked you about the fact that one name had not been completely spelled out in terms of first name, right?
Yes.
And you had, I believe, indicated that Sergeant Blank was the one that altered that or added that to the report.
Not altered. So he was the one that got those names. So when he entered his report, I believe he would enter those.
Okay, and so he entered that into your report, correct?
Anybody writes a supplemental, if you have the authorization, can enter who you speak to add those names. I only spoke to Miss Roberts, Miss Reed, and Miss McCabe that morning.
Okay, but the report has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
Did you speak to anybody from the prosecution, either Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin or anybody else from that office about this issue?
No.
You would agree with me that it is important when you're writing a police report to be transparent, correct?
Yes.
You want to be clear, correct?
Yes.
You do not want to mislead the reader into believing something that is not true, correct?
Yes.
Could I see P and Q for identification, please? Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you first P for identification. You identified that yesterday, correct?
Yes.
We went over with the jury the 5 bits of information that are up at the top of the report, starting with the incident number, correct?
Yes.
You had indicated again, incident 22-87-OF,
Yes.
call 22-449,
Yes.
date and time reported January 29th, 22 at 6:08.
Yes.
And the report date and time was January 29th of 22 at 8:24 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to show you now what has been marked Q for identification. And you can hang on to P if you like. With regard to those bits of information, oh, first of all, let me have you identify Q for identification. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm reading Q.
Okay, what is Q for identification?
Exhibit Q.
Right. What is the actual document?
We call this a face sheet.
Okay. And with regard to P for identification, that's also a face sheet, correct?
Yes.
They appear to be nearly identical, correct?
Correct, except I'm looking at the top right corner. One says 1/30/2022, and the next would be 10/25/2022.
That is the print date of the report, correct?
Okay. I don't know.
So regardless of when those 2 face sheets had been printed, ignore that. With regard to the information about the incident number and the date of the report and the date of the incident and the reporting officer, those appear to be identical, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to P for identification, which is the first report that you were shown, and you were shown that yesterday, and now you have it in front of you, there is a photo on the right side of that report, is there not?
There is.
Do you know what that photo is of?
It looks like the scene probably a couple days later when the snow had melted.
Okay. Does it look like a berm that was actually
Exposed?
uncovered by the officers on scene the very first day?
Yes. Are we looking at Q?
No, at
At
P.
P? Yes. P? Yes. It looks like the berm. Correct.
And then with regard to Q for identification, which again is the face sheet with the identical information, is there a different photo?
Yes.
What does that photo appear to depict, if you know?
It looks like the same area that Mr. O'Keefe possibly was found, I believe.
All right. Those two documents, P for identification and Q for identification, those are actually your report, correct?
Correct. But can I explain?
Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, let you explain. At this point, I'm going to be asking the questions if you
Okay.
don't mind. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence as full exhibits both P and Q for identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay, could I see those, please, sir?
So I gotta say, my observation over the last, let's say yesterday, and we're already starting out this morning. Look at Lally; he's just so defeated. Lally's so defeated. But I have to say, I think Bev has been I wouldn't say favorable to the defense, but I think that she's been a little bit more honest and a little bit more neutral in doing her job. I have to say yesterday, allowing Lank testimony and thinking about that and allowing to see what she's going to bring in was beneficial for the defense. And she's already starting here. She's already allowing some stuff. So this is good. This is good. And maybe that FBI report is in the back of the mind. Maybe the FBI report is in the back of the mind. But we'll see. We'll see what she says. She's been a little bit more fair. That's the way I have to word it. A little bit more fair. But we'll see. It's only, 10 minutes in the testimony. So we got a long way to go today. We'll see how it goes. I want to remind everybody, anybody that's just come in, any donation that comes in today, 25% of it will go to Karen Reed's defense fund. Yesterday, we raised $85. The day before, we raised $150. And I would love to get to my goal of $100 today for Karen Reed. I will post the receipts at the end of the stream on my Facebook page and my YouTube community page so you can see. And you can also just go right to her defense fund site via the link that I will leave in those receipts. And you can see on there, it will say LTL Media Chat Raiser. And we'll drop those up there at the end of the day. I have my moderators that are keeping the running total as they call them out. And then we will take 25% of that ending total and donate it. And if we're in kind of like a weird spot, like $55 or something, I will round it up to the next whole dollar. So I'm trying to come up with a sidebar t-shirt. Sidebar. I can't put Bev's face on it, so I got to come up with some wording. I got to try to think of a pun or something funny. But that was a great idea, Owit. I did a meme yesterday, but I can't put that out on a shirt because you have to have the permission from the person. So sidebar. It's gonna say sidebar. Yeah. I got to come up with a shirt though. If you haven't seen my new shirts up there, have you seen my new shirts? I have some new shirts up there right now. Let me bump them in real quick. And then right when we go to testimony, I promise we'll go right back to that. But I don't know if you've seen these yet. Let's see. Oh, we're back to testimony. All right. Maybe not. Maybe not. But I don't know if you've seen my shirts. I got the Live and Loud LTL because I talk so loud. So I'm definitely live and loud. Just a basic logo t-shirt with the established 2021 on it. And that's when this YouTube channel actually started. I have the Free Karen Reed, I don't know. And then it has the LTL logo in pink on the front. And then I have the I don't recall. So whatever you prefer, I'll drop the link if you want to support. And we've been taking a cut of all that and giving it out to Karen as well too. So I will get I'll get some more t-shirts up on there. We're working on it. It's a slow process, but I want to get a sidebar one up there. I got to get the sidebar one on there. So I don't know. Maybe we can vote on a pun, a sidebar with the leaf blower and solo cups on it. Yeah, that'll be pretty good. That's a good one. I can do that. But we'll get something up there. All right, let's get back up to Courtroom so I don't lose everybody here. Looks like they're gonna resume anyway. Let's see. Still on a sidebar. Sidebar with a gavel. That's a good one too. I gotta get the solo. I have one for the Canton Police Department. Canton Police Department evidence collection, and then we'll have the paper bag and a solo cup on it. Yeah. We'll think of something. I'll put some work in today. See what I can come up with. We'll get some t-shirts up on there. But yeah, if anybody wants to grab a shirt, please do. And we've been kicking money back to Karen, adding that into our total. So here we go. That's a good one too, Vivian. That's a good one. All right, here we go. All right, I'm going to mute my mic. Let's pick it back up.
Mr. Well, I'm sorry. There's one.
Maybe not. They cut the audio again. So Sergeant Goody on the stand for Cross with David Unetti. It's funny. I saw the T-shirt here. I thought that was actually like a stuffed animal being held of like a leopard, but it's not. It's actually on the T-shirt. Excuse me. What do they call that? A caricature. Caricature. Yes. So this is funny, Christine, and I'm not lying. My dad called me last night. I got to do a Lally weather report one too. I'll talk about it after. We'll come back around to this. So real quick, last night, I'm not kidding. My girlfriend Casey was with me.
Questions you can ask while you wait for
Talk
this.
about it after.
Just getting the exhibit that I need. I appreciate it.
So my dad called me last night. He said, "Hey, if I come into some money and you come into some
While I'm
money,
waiting for that, may I
open a bar
Yes.
called the Sidebar." I'm serious. That conversation happened last night. All right, let's mute the mic and we'll listen to court here.
Okay, I've placed a photo before you, Sergeant Goode. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes,
What does it depict?
I believe that's a photo of a piece of a taillight.
Okay. And when you say a photo of a piece of a taillight, you're obviously referring to a piece of a taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview in Canton.
Yes,
Now, that photo is the photo that is included in Exhibit Q for identification that you previously saw, right? That's the second photo, is it not?
on the second face sheet that he gave me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And I'm showing you, if I may approach again,
Yes.
what has already been marked Exhibit 20A. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
that's the berm from that morning.
Okay, and Exhibit 20A is the photo that was in the first version of your report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
I can take those back from you, sir.
Cool.
Just do it like that. Where's the envelope? Right here. Can you set that up? Published the I'm sorry. With regard to the first photo that you identified, which was the piece of taillight that allegedly was found at 34 Fairview, that was a fair and accurate representation of that photo, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
22.
Okay, and I'm sorry, the exhibit number was?
42.
42, thank you. May I publish 20A and 42 separately for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay. 20A is, you've testified, the photo of the berm that was included in the first version of your police report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's put up 42, please. No. I'm sorry. Where is 42?
Right
I
here.
don't have it.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
No wonder. Thank you, Mr. McDermott.
Sure.
Okay. The exhibit sticker's upside down, but there we go. That is the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview that you have identified as Exhibit 42, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, having seen those photos, one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes.
Which you've previously identified as your reports. Report, I should say.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay, and there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It will come in, when the jury actually gets it, we'll have it on the same 9x12 paper that everything else is.
Perfect.
And all exhibits go through Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, of course.
So, jurors, I'm going to send you out for 5 minutes, okay?
Interesting. It's been a difficult case. This has been an extremely difficult case. Let's see what happens here.
May I see those, Madam Court Reporter, please?
Oh, here we go. You can
All right.
tell.
So I thought you were going to cut them. Apparently, you probably don't have scissors. Let's get these so that they're acceptable to go to the jury. I mean, this just came in with the whole report on it.
I'm sorry?
This just came into evidence with the whole report, and that's not what you agreed to at sidebar.
Right. I mean, I guess we didn't have scissors, but what I was going to do, because it's folded, all all I was going to show the jury was the part that got in.
But these are now in evidence.
Understand?
Okay, and that can't happen. So
Understand.
fix them. Do we have scissors, Mr. Clerk? Thank you.
Okay.
So why don't you fix them, run them through a copy machine? All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. And actually, this is probably a good time for me to say, you know, and it's not it's not just the defense, it's not just the prosecution, but we're taking an awful lot of these jurors' times. We're taking days and weeks. Let's not squander it by, you know, repetitive evidence or taking time like this that we shouldn't need to take. Okay, let's move this case along. All right. All right. I'll be out in 5 minutes.
All right, please.
This is one of the most important cases. I can't agree. This is a very important case. You need to make sure that things are right and they are correct. But, you know, in the sense of, you know, making sure that things are, I don't know, properly put together. But I want all the time in the world. I want a jury to make sure that they're understanding everything. I don't know. Some people agree, some people don't agree. I think it's important to take your time. Make sure things are correct. Yeah, I mean, she's been calling all the sidebars. I do understand that, you know, evidence should be, evidence or exhibits, exhibits should be, and I'm going to go back up to my half screen here, should be properly handled and handed to the court in the form of media that they all agree upon. I do understand that. I think that she's getting a little bit flustered because the defense are having some things that come in, and they're coming in probably early in the morning, and there hasn't been time to prepare for it. So they're just passing exhibits, allowing it to be entered, and it's not in the form that they agreed at. So, but a lot of sidebars, a lot of sidebars. Like, you're slowing it down here. You are the one that's been slowing it down. So, I don't know. Just have to see what happens here. Let's go to the chat. Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, KC saying this Karen's life is on the line. Hurry up. No, that's not right. I have to agree in that, but there has to be a bit of preparation as well. Yeah, I'm working on a sidebar t-shirt. See what I can get up there. I'm working on it. That's what I've been doing behind the scenes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Rogue has a great point. I mean, people have to understand, when you are in a trial, it doesn't mean that evidence is not going to come in. Of course it's going to come in. It just has to be entered into evidence. And there's a proper procedure and way that she wants it done, and it should be done that way. Yeah, I mean, Tanya checking in saying she stops testimony more than any other judge I've ever seen. I mean, it's true. I mean, it's a lot of sidebars. There's a lot of sidebars. All right, let's do this. I had a video I wanted to play. We'll kill a little time here. Let's see. What was the video I was going to play? I have... Let's see. Oh, yes, our morning friendly favorite. And I'll go back to live testimony when it resumes. Let's hear what our favorite court TV analyst has to say. Julie Grant.
Massachusetts, we go. We're going to hear some arguments outside the presence of the jury in the case against defendant Karen Reed, the victim, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. And if you look just behind the defendant, those are the members of the victim's family, his father, his brother, his sister-in-law, devastated at what has happened to their loved one. And can you imagine how uncomfortable this is, such close proximity? that she's sitting in, and at the moment, not looking over at them, kind of just staring off into the corner. Wouldn't you love to know what she is thinking?
I love how Julie loves to paint Karen as this evil. Well, she's not looking at them. Well, you know, she's focused on her case. She's trying to stay as neutral as possible. She's trying to present herself in front of this jury so they can understand. What the hell would she be doing, wasting time looking over at the O'Keefes? Come on.
There, let's go in live and watch.
All right, counsel wanted to see me.
I did, Your Honor. Judge, as I indicated in an email that I sent to your clerk last night and copied to Commonwealth.
I have not seen the email.
Again, we're just waiting for court to resume. Once it does, we will resume court live testimony. They're on a 5-minute break right now.
Okay, well, I'll explain what was in it. Essentially, I was alerting the court that I would like to be heard prior to the start of testimony today, because since Katie McLaughlin testified on Thursday and Friday, we received a deluge of photographs that put her with Caitlin Albert on many different occasions after they graduated high school. We received information from their high school yearbook that they were more than just acquaintances in high school. They were teammates on the track team. And even after I sent that email with the photographs that I attached to it, late last night, we received another photo where Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are standing next to each other in a photo at a baby shower in June of 2021, about 8 months before John O'Keefe's death. It's very clear to us that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself. And I wanted to discuss the issue of the admissibility of not only the photographs that we're now providing that we just received over the weekend, but I also want to resurrect the admissibility of H, I, J, and K for identification. And I think a discussion of this, Your Honor, needs to start with what court orders are currently in place. The leading case with regard to the provision of reciprocal discovery when the defense is offering.
So you want to get back to Rule 14, the Rule 14 issue?
It is a Rule 14 issue.
Okay.
That's
So
supplemented by.
hold on one second. So on top of that, we can discuss this later. I'd like to get the trial started.
That's fine, Your Honor. My belief, my strong belief, is that we need to determine this today. And the reason is that Caitlin Albert is coming up as a witness for the Commonwealth. She faces the same areas of cross-examination that Katie McLaughlin faced, and these photos are relevant to her cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So aside from the Rule 14 issue, I also think this is cumulative. I don't have the email. I do have the photos, but we can address this. When do you expect Albert? I'm sorry. What's her name?
Caitlin Albert.
Caitlin Albert.
I'd say midweek, probably. It depends on how far we
All
get
right.
today.
So we'll address this either today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
Scheduling purposes. So Sergeant Lenk, is he testifying today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we need a voir dire of him. I expect that might take a while. Is he testifying this morning, or can we use the lunch break for that? I need to know if it's around 11 o'clock, we'll have a voir dire. I'll just order coffee. I just need to know about that.
So I anticipate 2 witnesses prior to him. So I can't predict necessarily how long.
How long will you be with those 2 witnesses?
With those 2 witnesses, probably half hour, maybe a little more with each.
Okay.
Back live. Here we go.
Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these one above the other.
Okay.
Okay. Sergeant Good, you have previously testified about the details in these reports. You would agree that each of these reflects your report. It says reporting officer Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes,
Each of these is page 1 of your report, correct?
yes,
You've previously testified that you call that the face sheet of the report, correct?
yes,
Each of these has the identical incident number and call number, correct?
yes,
The identical date and time reported, correct?
yes,
The identical report date and time, correct?
yes,
And of course, the identical officer.
yes.
Other than the print date of the face sheet of your report, one appears to be in January, one appears to be in October. The major change is the photo that's included on the face sheet, correct?
Yes. Can I explain why?
So that second photo with the piece of tail light that is included on the first page of your report, that photo is not from January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never took a photo of a piece of taillight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never saw a piece of taillight at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Did you personally switch the photo on the face sheet of your police report?
No.
Do you know who did?
So whoever updated the report, their supplemental, you add photos.
But in answer to my question, do you know the specific person from your department who altered the photo on the face sheet of your report?
I didn't take the supplemental report, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who took the photo.
But given that this is your report, you're the reporting officer, you are responsible for the content of that report, are you not?
For my report, yes, not other officers' supplementals to an investigation.
All right, but this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that someone reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m., that's when you wrote it, correct?
That's when I logged in, yes.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of taillight might believe that that photo is from the same date that you're writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that day, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there anything on what is now marked Exhibit 44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No.
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
No.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, please take the exhibit down. And we need that exhibit, Mr. Yannetti.
Oh, yes, of course. We have two others as well,
Okay, the exhibits are to remain up here with the clerk.
with the clerk.
Yes.
Okay.
All All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So Sergeant Good, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regards to Christopher Albert and whether or not he was a town selectman, is that correct?
Yes,
And he is currently, is that correct?
yes,
And was he on January 29th of 2022?
no,
So he was elected to the Board of Selectmen subsequent to this date that you've been talking about, January 29th, 2022, correct?
yes.
Now, the location where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 a.m., where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had a guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
Now, you were asked some questions about having been to that residence at 34 Fairview Road prior. And you indicated that you had been there years ago with Sergeant Lang, is that correct?
Yes,
And what was that in regard to, sir?
it was a hit and run investigation.
And who, if anyone, so why were you at that residence at 34 Fairview Road?
So there was a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street. And the suspect vehicle had fled the scene. Officer Lank, was my partner that night. He followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview. And the oil spill actually drove into 34 Fairview, where we found the vehicle.
And who, if anyone, did you, through your investigation, who, if anyone, did you associate with operating that?
That'd be Tim Albert.
And was Mr. Timothy Albert, was he charged in reference to that incident?
Yes, he was.
And do you know approximately when that was?
It was in 2009. I don't know the exact date, but I know the year.
Now, as far as your report, you asked a number of questions about that. I'm sorry, before I get to that, you had testified earlier that when you were leaving the scene, there was an amount of snow that had compiled on your windshield, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving the scene, what if anything happened with the snowfall sort of throughout the course of the day?
Our windshield was completely covered. We had to take time, clear off the windshields. It had snowed considerably.
And then following that, throughout sort of the course of the rest of the day and the afternoon, what, if anything, did you observe about the snowfall at that?
It continually got worse.
Now, as far as your report is concerned, what you were shown and what you've seen, has there been any change as far as your narrative in reference to who you talked to, what they said, anything of that effect?
No.
You've been asked a bunch of questions about what you called a face sheet. Can you explain to the jury sort of what a face sheet is and sort of how that comes into being?
Easiest way, it's the top sheet of the report. It's not the actual meat of the report. It just gives you the date and time. Usually, if you can fit it on the front of the sheet, it would be the first party would be involved. If there was a suspect, defendant, and that's it. It would be their name, date of birth, social security number, all of their personal information.
So as far as you were saying, sort of the meat of the report, it has no real relation to that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were handed two exhibits or two parts of a report, and you were told to ignore the date that they were printed, correct?
Correct.
And so what, if any, significance would the date that they were printed have in relation to what's on a face sheet?
So in this case, there was supplemental reports done after the 29th. So those reports were added to my initial report. You can add a supplemental narrative. So if that includes meeting new people, talking to other people, or taking photos of anything you found, you would add that to our report. and it would be documented in the supplemental.
And you had offered, I believe, a couple times to explain to the jury sort of why a photo might be different from one face sheet when it's printed versus a subsequent date when the face sheet is printed. Can you explain to the jury at this time sort of why would that be different?
So if, when that face sheet was printed, if photo number one was the top photo, and now there was a new photo added, that could be now the top photo on that face sheet when it was printed.
And how would that be something that someone would physically go in and do, or is that something that sort of within the system automatically occurs? If you know.
I don't know how the system numbers the photos. So we added our photos on January 29th, and then any photos subsequent to that were added. I don't know how the software would put them 1 through 20 or how many there were.
Nothing further on.
Okay,
If I might,
very briefly.
you had just talked about how Tim Albert was charged as a result of the investigation that you did years ago, correct?
Yes,
The evidence in that case, you would agree with me, was strong against Tim Albert for that crime, was it not?
for leaving the scene, yes.
Sure. Sergeant Blank actually was able to follow the trail of fluid from the accident scene right to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And Tim Albert admitted that he got nervous and left the scene, correct?
correct.
All right. Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Nothing further.
Jurors, you're to disregard that. All right, you're all set, sir.
Thank you, Ron.
Wow. Huge super chat. $9.99.
Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
We'll round it
Yes, Your
to
Honor, call
100.
Sergeant Michael Lang to the stand.
All right,
Oh, this
so
is gonna be
I,
interesting.
not yet. I'll see counsel at
Oh,
sidebar, please.
Sidebar. Huge super chat. $9.99er. Michelle, thank you so much for your kindness and your support of LTL Media. And 25% of your donation is going to go towards Karen Reed's defense fund today. If anybody doesn't know, what I've been doing is 25% of all donations that come in go to Karen Reed's defense fund. On Sunday, we raised $150. Yesterday, we raised $85. I'd love to get to a total of $100 for Karen today. And then I've been posting those up on her defense site and leaving receipts on my Facebook page and the YouTube community tab here on YouTube. She says, thank you for the uninterrupted coverage and free Karen Reed. Well, thank you for watching. I appreciate it. I have to admit, and everybody that's come into this stream says that I have the best audio to listen. I don't talk through it. I may throw a quick comment or quick commentary up, but we try to keep it live and uninterrupted. And I boost the audio so you can hear it. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That goes a long way. Thank you. All right, we'll wait here. We're in a sidebar. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to go full screen. I got to step out of the room for a minute, but I'm going to go full screen. And then when I come back, I'll pop down in the lower corner again. Thank you all so much. We're at 205 total. So 25% of that is going to go towards Karen Reed. And we have $51 right now towards Karen. That's great. Thank you.
It's important to the defendant's case. So tell me exactly, based on the voir dire yesterday, exactly what you hope to get into.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the voir dire yesterday, my intention is to closely mirror my questioning of Sergeant Lank. with my questioning of him on voir dire. In other words, the fact of the fight, the fact of Chris Albert's involvement in the fight, the fact of his getting involved in the fight, called officers to assist him, the specifics of the allegations of the Lopalito brothers as to his conduct, what they alleged he did, the part that he took in the fight, their subsequent release from the scene, going back into the Canton Police Department to file or lodge a complaint, the fact that they were turned away for the complaint, there were subsequent police reports filed, and the local.
So I don't have those, right? You didn't send them to
We
us.
did, we got those. We got those
All
last
right,
night.
it's, okay, it's too late for the police reports, but go ahead and finish what you've got.
Right, just so the court knows, as the court requested, we provided those to the judicial assistant last night.
Who's the judicial assistant?
Yeah, like Mr.
Is this Lolalitos?
Lopalito. Yeah.
Go ahead after the police report.
So basically, Your Honor, and I don't have any interest in introducing the police reports. I just need the timing. In other words, there was the fight, the complaint, the police reports were filed after the complaint, and then they were charged after the police reports. And then the subsequent resolution of the matter. The fact
So what do you mean by subsequent revolution of the?
they were adjudicated not guilty, and ultimately the subsequent witness intimidation request by Sergeant Lank was thrown out by the DA. With regard to what was brought up by Mr. Lally yesterday, I intend to include and elicit in my questioning of Sergeant Lank the issue concerning Tim Albert and the resolution of that issue.
Well, Mr. Yannetti just did that.
Well, he didn't because the court struck it.
Yeah. It should not have been done.
Well, Your Honor,
Go ahead.
respectfully, the Commonwealth left the jurors with a misimpression intentionally.
So
Last question was, and he was charged. That's true. He was charged. And then those charges were dismissed subsequent thereto.
right, but this was specific. We should have, and it wasn't objected to, right? So Mr. Lally's question wasn't objected to. All right, so is that the end of what you intend to get into?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lally, you're objecting to all of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to be heard specifically on anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So what I'm going to allow you to get in is the relationship of Sergeant Lank with the Alberts. But keep in mind, Mr. Jackson, the Alberts are not all one entity. So you must do it individually. And simply because the witness had a relationship with Chris Albert doesn't mean that it has any bearing on favoritism or bias to Brian Albert or to Tim Albert. So you have to do them individually. I'll give you some leeway on the incident itself, but keep in mind the particulars of the fight isn't really what matters here. It's the fact of the fight and the intervening of Sergeant Lank on behalf of Chris Albert, as it's relevant to bias or favoritism. So if there are objections that you get beyond, you may be stopped. You can get when and where it happened, that it happened outside a bar where the witness had been drinking. He did not acknowledge your drinking buddy's comment, so you're not to specifically say that, where you just said you're going to outline what you did yesterday, and that this occurred in Canton. The role, if any, he had in handcuffing or having the Lopalitos put in custody, and the fact that Mark Lopalito went to the Canton Police Department to file a report. What you cannot get into is the mobile gas station incident, because I didn't hear anything yesterday that the conduct of Sergeant Lank had anything to do with the Alberts. I'm not convinced that it wasn't merely self-interest on his part. So that's out. That was 22 years ago. Nothing. So you're not getting into the federal investigation that he was sued. I'm not letting you get into the not guilty because it's speculative. Who knows why he was found not guilty, why they were found not guilty. You cannot get into that. There are all kinds of reasons people can be found not guilty. Whether I allow more depends on the testimony, the direct and the cross. So you are to go no further than that without leave of court. So the Commonwealth can then get into the animosity between the witness, Sergeant Lank, and Brian Albert because of the arrest of Tim Albert. But if, Mr. Lally, if you open the door to something further, I need to be seen at sidebar before anybody can come get into that. So, Mr. Jackson, you did this in 10 minutes yesterday. I don't expect you to take 2 hours to do this, okay? And just as an aside again, let's not waste the jury's time with repetitive testimony.
I don't intend to, Your Honor. I think I understand the court's, the parameters. The one thing I didn't hear the court say, but I think it was implied, but I want to make sure I'm clear. I can get into the fact that there was a complaint sought and then there were subsequent police reports filed.
Not the police.
Citation.
I didn't hear anything yesterday about the police reports. I haven't seen them. So that the complaint was sought and that subsequent to that, they were summoned and had to go to court.
And the dates of the police reports that were filed?
You can say the dates without saying the police reports. So they went into the station to file a complaint. They were told they couldn't file a complaint on those 2 days, right?
Correct.
And then the witness did testify that he filed a report, but it was that he had told his sergeant the night before of this incident, and the sergeant said, you don't have to file a report until you come back or something like that.
So I'll just ask, were the reports dated after the initial complaint was requested? I can leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll give you all a 5-minute break, and then we have to get going.
All rise for the court, please.
All right, sorry about that. Had to pop out, use the restroom. Thank you for holding it down. I think we had a Cash App come through that I want to get to here. Let's see. We can add that to the total. I don't know if I missed any other. I saw a Cash App come through. Let's see. Joyce, thank you so much. Says, can we get a what if any Lally t-shirt? It's tough because I can't use their images because you can get sued. So I'm trying to work on some things around that. But I'll come up with something. I almost have a sidebar one right now. Thank you for the 20. Let's add that to the total. We got Linda's. Thank you, Linda. I appreciate it. So $20 added to the total. If my moderator can put that out, one of my moderators, we're at total right now, $225, I think. I could be wrong. caricatures. Yeah, I tried, but it's still, you're still using their image and their likeness. Just got to be really careful. I think I have something. 225 total. Great. 25% of that will go. Yes, I got the Cash App. I got a $20 Cash App that just came in. We're at 225 total. 25% of that will go to Karen. So we're at 56 total. I'd love to get to 100 for Karen today. Use a toad for Lally. So I think we're at a 5-minute break. My voice just cracked. I think we're on a 5-minute break right now. I mean, I'd show you the one that I want to use, but I think I would get in trouble. I'll show you. I'll show you the one that I just came up with, but I don't think it's going to be allowed. It's a bomb-ass t-shirt, but I'm not going to be able to use it. Lally smoking. Yeah, ripping butts. I like this one. Hang on. I got this one put together, but I'm not going to be able to use it. Sidebar. That's a great t-shirt. I wish I could put it out, but I can't. I don't think I'm going to be able to use it. I'll get nailed for that. Oh, that would be such a good t-shirt. But I'm going to have to come up with something different because it's likeness. You can't. But we're waiting for live. So make a beverage Yeti. Yeah, that's not a bad one. Get a Yeti in there, a pink Yeti. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, Mary. But it's just the whole Bev thing. It's not a bad idea, but this would be a great t-shirt. Maybe I get that Yeti, the pink. What does she have? A pink Yeti? She have a pink or a purple one? Yeti with a gavel. That's not a bad idea either. Sidebar. Make the judge an animal like a lamb saying sidebar. That's not a bad idea either. Oh, it's mint green Yeti. All right. You're all coming up with some good t-shirt ideas. I might have to work like this. I might have to work on that. I like it. The sidebar. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. The lamb. The lamb is a good one. Why can't we put a different face on it, like a red Solo cup? Yeah, I could do something like that. The red Solo cup I got for the lamb sidebar is funny. Yeah, that one's not bad. That makes no sense. Sheep with a blonde wig. All right, we're still in 5-minute break. I think I found Bev's Yeti. But I gotta be careful because that's an image. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Think of something here. Got to be really careful. Lamb kind of like not like lamb chop. Yeah, you got to be careful. If I put Yetis on shirts and stuff like that, you can get in trouble. If you put like sidebar and like a sheep or a lamb or something, you're all right because it's just a generic thing. But I gotta think of something like a judge's wig on a sheep or something like that. That'd be funny. I don't know. I'll come up with something. I always think of something. But we're waiting for court to resume. I appreciate y'all being here. The 100 that are watching, thank you. You're all loyal supporters and viewers of the channel. I understand there's a lot of streams going today. And it's okay. We're here. Uninterrupted coverage. No conversation. Try to keep it minimal. This one's not bad. I just kind of whipped one together. Remember lamb chop? I remember lamb chop. This one's not bad. I got to get a gavel in here, though. Wow, I think this is longer than a 5-minute break. 5 minutes? This ain't 5 minutes. All right, I kind of working on something here. I'll show you. Kind of like this one. I got to get a gavel in here, though. What do we think? That's not bad. That's not bad. If I can get a gavel in there, that'd be funny. That's a good one, right? We like this? Are we all agreeing? Is this a good one? I just got to get a gavel in there. That's a good one, right? Sidebar. With the and the sheep is great. The sheep is very fitting. So maybe we'll get this one up on the site. Michael wants 2 already. All right. Well, we're agreeing on this one. We'll get it up there on the site today. I just got to get maybe a gavel in there somewhere. It would be hilarious. Put a gavel as the tail. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I like that. That's a good idea. So it looks like it's going up her ass. I like that. I'll work on that. This is the stuff I do when we're quiet and just listening. Selling already. Yeah, we'll get it up there. That's great, right? Sidebar. And my girlfriend laughed, so that means that she's approved. Yeah, I'm gonna do a crime scene kit one too. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm gonna work on that. I'll work on that one today, but I'm gonna finish this one up and see what we got. All right, we're still waiting for live testimony to resume. See, it's fun over here, right? We hang out, we design t-shirts together, we're hanging out. And I like it. I like just being here and hanging out. That's what I always really kind of wanted to do in all this. Just make it like a hangout, and it's serious. We're covering serious stuff. But it's fun, it's fun to be over here. And it's very serious, believe me. This is it's stressful. It's stressful for all of us, believe me. Very stressful. Do lambs have tails? I don't know.
Muted.
All right, here we go. That's the testimony.
Court back in session, you may be seated.
So, Mr. Jackson, you'll just alert me before you begin that line of questioning because I have an instruction.
Of course.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Sergeant Michael Lang to the stand.
Okay.
Just gonna ask you to be mindful of step up and to remain standing, be sworn.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Morning.
Down, a little microphone right up.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the camp?
Over 24 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant with camp?
It'll be 2 years in August.
Now, prior to, well, let me ask you first, with reference to your responsibilities as a lieutenant, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what are your duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant?
I oversee the gun licensing and patrol.
And prior to working as a lieutenant, what was your role with the Canton Police before that?
I was a detective sergeant.
And how long were you a detective sergeant?
From September of 21 until August of 22.
And during that time frame as a detective sergeant, what were your duties and responsibilities with regard to the Canton Police at that point?
To oversee the detective bureau, ensure that all reports were issued to respective detectives and completed.
Now, you're also familiar with the role within the Canton Police of a sort of shift sergeant, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury, sort of what are the differences between what a shift sergeant does and what a detective sergeant does?
Shift sergeant's primary responsibility is to run the daily shift, give out sectors to each of the cars, and dispatch cruisers to appropriate areas, so forth.
And if I could turn your attention to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Some point after 6 a.m., did you receive a call in regard to a dispatch that your department had received?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called you around that time?
Sergeant Sean Good.
Do you know approximately what time Sergeant Good called you?
I believe it was 6:08.
And with reference to that call, the initial call from Sergeant Good, what, if any, information did he relay to you at that time?
Sergeant Good stated that there was a gentleman found in the snow at 34 Fairview Road, and he was in very grave condition. And he brought it to my attention that he was also a Boston police officer.
And subsequent to that, through the course of your investigative work on this case, did you learn who that unresponsive male was?
Yes.
And who did you learn?
John O'Keefe.
And upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you know about what time would you estimate that you arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I live fairly close, so I was on scene by, I believe it was 6:24, 6:25.
And upon your arrival, who, if anyone else, from your department was there prior to you?
Officer Sarif, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Good.
And when you arrived, beyond sort of the other officers from your department, what, if any, other activity or what, if any, other persons did you observe on scene?
When I arrived, I observed that the ambulance was still there. There was multiple EMTs, and I observed some witnesses also.
And with respect to the ambulance, it's your understanding Mr. O'Keefe was in that ambulance?
Yes,
Did you ever see Mr. O'Keefe on that one?
I did not.
And at some point, the other officers who preceded your arrival, did they direct you to where Mr. O'Keefe was found when they first arrived?
They did.
And where was that sort of in relation to the property, if you recall?
If you're looking at 34 Fairview Road, it was on the left side of the property, about 8 feet from the road.
And in that sort of general area, what, if any, sort of landmarks or other sort of items in that area of the front yard did you observe?
I observed a flagpole. There was a fire hydrant and some brush area over there.
And upon your arrival on scene, who was the first person that you spoke to?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And you had some conversation with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then following talking to Sergeant Good, who, if anyone else, did you speak to once?
I spoke to Jennifer McCabe.
And where was it in relation to the scene that you first spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
I believe I spoke to Jennifer McCabe right in front of Mark Cruiser 683, which was assigned to Officer Sarif.
And then about how long a conversation was that initially with Ms. McCabe?
I would say probably 8 or 9 minutes.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, what, if any, other sort of civilians did you observe in that area around that time?
I observed Kerry Roberts, and I don't recall seeing anybody else at the scene while I was focused on Ms. McCabe.
Now, with respect to Jennifer McCabe, I'll strike that. So after you spoke with Ms. McCabe for 8 or 9 minutes, then who, if anyone else, did you speak to at that time?
So after I spoke with Ms. McCabe, I believe I was able to then contact the CPAC unit.
And what is the CPAC unit?
CPAC unit is the investigative division for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Why did you contact them?
Because I was made aware at some point that it did not appear that Mr. O'Keefe was going to survive, and I wanted them to be aware of the situation.
And did they respond at that time?
No.
Now, with reference to, is that sort of a typical protocol, or what, if any, sort of typical protocol would you have responding to a scene of this nature?
Yes, any sort of scene where it appears that the person is not going to survive, we would contact State Police CPAC unit.
And why is that?
Because they investigate all deaths.
So they have jurisdiction over all unattended deaths, is that correct?
That's correct.
As well as homicides, things of that nature.
Correct.
Now, once you, do you recall who, if anyone, you spoke to on that first call or notification to CPAC?
It would have been just the dispatch center on the first call.
And what, if any, subsequent calls did you have with regard to CPAC while you were on scene that morning?
I got a return call from Trooper Michael Proctor.
And from your conversation with Trooper Proctor, what was your understanding as far as their response to the scene at that time?
So at that point in time, Trooper Proctor informed me that they would not be responding.
Yeah. I don't know what that noise is, but if I could just ask you to repeat your last response, because frankly, I didn't know.
Yes. In speaking to Trooper Proctor, he advised me at that point that they would not be responding.
And did he inform you as to why not at that time?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you note as far as the weather conditions?
The weather conditions were extremely poor. There were high winds, heavy snow, and freezing temperatures.
Now, You mentioned when you first arrived on scene, Mr. O'Keefe was in the back of that ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that the ambulance left in relation to when you arrived?
Very, very shortly after I arrived, I would say within 5 minutes.
Now, as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone, relayed any information in regard to that?
Sergeant Good advised me that
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, what was sort of the next steps that you took on scene?
after I spoke to Ms. McCabe, I advised her that we were going to need to speak with the homeowners. She said that they were probably sleeping. I advised her that we were going to need to speak with them. And that's when I placed the call to the CPAC unit.
And prior to that, when you were on scene, had you seen anyone come in or go out of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And as far as sort of the other houses on the street, what, if any, activity did you observe with reference to any residents of those homes coming in or going out of their homes?
I did not observe anybody come in or out of their home.
Following your initial call to CPAC and conversation with Chief Proctor, what is it that you did next?
Once that call was complete, Sergeant Good and I observed that there was now a light on in the house of 34 Fairview, and we made the decision to then go in and speak with the homeowners.
And how was it that you sort of proceeded up to the home?
I believe, I don't recall if we used I believe we used the driveway, but I'm not 100% sure.
And you came into the home, recall which door that you used to enter the home?
The main door, the front door.
When you entered in through the main door, what, if you could describe to the jury sort of what you observed as far as what was before you from a layout perspective?
There was a staircase right in front of us. And to the right, it entered into like what appeared to be like a dining area.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with inside the home that morning?
Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
And what, if any, relationship to the home did you determine based on your conversation with them?
They were the homeowners.
Now, Brian Albert, is that someone that you knew prior to January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And how did you know?
I knew him as the oldest of the Albert brothers.
And did you know some of the other Albert brothers?
Yes.
And let me ask you this, Sergeant. Where did you grow up?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We moved here, excuse me, we moved to Canton when I was 5 years old.
So essentially, since you were 5 years old, you lived in the town, correct?
Yes.
You work in the town, correct?
Yes.
Do you have children?
I do.
Any of them play sports?
They do.
Objection.
And sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that.
What, if any, other sort of, other than living and working in the town, what, if anything else, is it that you do around the town?
I coach youth sports.
And how long have you done that for?
I would say at least 9 or 10 years.
And how would you describe your relationship with Brian Albert prior to that January 29th, 2022?
Civil?
Do you friends? Do you socialize?
No.
Now, in addition to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, who, if anyone else, where did you speak to them within the home?
Just inside the door by the staircase.
And how would you describe their demeanor when you were speaking to them?
They appeared, especially Mr. Albert, appeared disheveled, looked like he had just woken up.
And about how long the conversation was it between Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, that initial time?
I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
And beyond that, who, if anyone else, did you see within the home besides yourself, Sergeant Goods, and Mr. and Mrs. Albert?
Jennifer McCabe?
No one else at that time?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman named Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I met Brian when he was stationed at our police station. I don't know how many years ago it was, but he was assigned to our building years ago. That's how I met him.
And assigned in what capacity? And what I mean by that is what did he do for work?
Brian is a ATF agent.
And did you see Mr. Higgins at any point in time during the time that you were at Fairview Road that morning?
Not on my initial response.
So sometime after, is that correct?
Yes.
And when about was that?
That would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
And we'll get to that in a moment, but after your conversation with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert inside the house, what is it that you did then?
Could you repeat that, please?
After talking to the homeowners, what was your next step on scene that day? What did you do next?
After speaking with the family, I came out. By that point, Lieutenant Gallagher was on scene and spoke with Lieutenant Gallagher as to what we were going to do next as far as the scene itself.
And to that end, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with regard to sort of security of the scene at that time?
So we had put up some crime scene tape to try to protect the scene, but it was a futile effort because of the wind. But there were marked patrol cars in front of the yard at all times, so the scene was fairly secure at all times.
And then with relation to the scene or the area that you were directed, or your attention was directed to as to where Mr. O'Keefe had been found, what, if anything, did you do with reference to that area?
I stood by and observed while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower to try to clear the top layers of snow off of the scene.
And at some point in time, well, that particular process, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes,
And how was it done?
in my report.
I'm sorry, beyond that, was there any sort of photos or video that were taken of that leaf blower process?
Yes, Sergeant Good was able to take video while Lieutenant Gallagher used the leaf blower.
You've seen that video, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what happened on scene that morning?
Yes.
Now, in addition well, let me ask you this, as far as the leaf blower was concerned, what was sort of the purpose of that, or what was the thinking behind that?
The purpose behind the leaf blower was to just take the top layers of snow off to reveal what was underneath and try to preserve any potential evidence.
And upon employing that, what, if anything, did you then observe in that area of the front lawn?
Ultimately, we were able to see what appeared to be blood drops in the snow, as well as a drinking glass, cocktail glass.
Now, in addition to the video that was taken with regard to the leaf blowing process, or the use of the leaf blower, were the photos that were taken of the scene as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 27. Mr. Robinson. Sergeant Lank, what's up on the screen that's been previously marked as exhibit 27? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize that to be the scene that we were working with the leaf blower.
May I approach the witness, Your
Yes.
So I'm handing you a laser pointer, basically, very simple, just press on that button and
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant Lang, with using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph in relation to what you saw on scene that day.
So it appeared to see blood drops here in the snow that had been revealed by wiping away the top layer, as well as the glass protruding from the snow.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, at any point in time when you were on scene, did you have any contact or interaction with a person named Karen?
I did not.
Did you see her on scene at all that day?
I don't recall seeing her. I believe she was there while I was there, but I never spoke to her.
Now, following your initial conversation inside the home of 34 Fairview with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and speaking to Jennifer McCabe outside, who, if anyone else, did you speak with that arrived on scene that morning?
Matthew McCabe.
And when was it that Matthew McCabe arrived in relation to your arrival and when you spoke to the other people?
Matthew McCabe arrived just a couple of minutes after I had walked out of the house the first time.
And so when he arrived, where did you go?
Moments after he arrived, I went back into the house to speak with Mr. McCabe.
And about how long a conversation was it that you were in the house when you were speaking to Mr. McCabe?
I'm not sure. I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
And over the course of that morning, about how many times did you go into the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
3.
Anyone ever tell you that you couldn't go into the home or that stopped you at the doorway or anything like that?
No.
And with reference to inside of the home, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how the home was situated, anything disheveled or anything like that?
Everything appeared in order.
And just if you know, what, if any, relationship does Matthew McCabe have to Jennifer?
Matthew McCabe is Jennifer McCabe's husband.
Now, turning back to what was just up on the screen in Exhibit 27, with regard to those items that you observed in the yards in the front lawn that day, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with respect to those items?
The drinking glass was secured into an evidence bag, and the blood drops were secured into 6 solo cups.
And why were they secured into 6 solo cups?
We did the best that we could with the situation, with the weather and deteriorating situation. Lieutenant Gallagher was able to attain the solo cups from Lieutenant Kelleher's house, which was diagonally across the street.
Now, with respect to the CPAC unit or the phone call that you made to the state police, beyond sort of the jurisdiction of them having over unattended deaths and things of that nature, what, if any, other assets that the state police have at their disposal with regard to crime scene that your department has found?
They have crime scene units that process crime scenes.
Now, with respect to those items, once they were secured, just in reference to the solo cups, beyond sort of just putting them into solo cups, what, if anything else, did you or the other officers do to secure those items specifically?
They were secured into a brown evidence bag.
And following them being secured, where did they go from there?
They were then, excuse me, they were then placed into my truck at that point, my police truck that I was using that day, and ultimately transported back to the police station.
And transported back to the police station
by me.
And once you were back at the police station with those items, what, if anything, did you do with them at that time?
They were secured into temporary evidence in the refrigerated unit for the solo cups, and the glass was secured into temporary evidence.
And so when you say temporary evidence, why were they secured into temporary evidence?
They were secured into temporary evidence so that they could ultimately be turned over to the state police.
And as far as when you secure something into temporary evidence, just in general terms first, What is it that you do with that item to secure it or label it or anything else?
So it's assigned a property number, and we would print out a property label, and then that's assigned. It's assigned to the OF number, which is the report.
The OF stands for offense, is that correct?
Offense, yes.
So each report that you generate has a specific number with an OF following it,
That's correct.
and then that number is associated with the evidence that you secure, correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that evidence, whether it's temporary evidence or otherwise, what, if any, restrictions are there with regard to access to those items within your department?
So temporary evidence is accessible to all officers.
And two officers from your department, correct?
From our department, yes.
And following that, are you aware, or what, if anything, are you aware of what happened with those items after you secured them into temporary evidence?
I believe they were ultimately turned over to the state police.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm handing you up a box. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Appears to be a box to secure evidence with a call number on it.
And is that a box that you've seen earlier today?
Yes.
And with reference to what's contained within the box, have you seen that this morning as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take what's in the box out of the box. Sir, just for the record, you have some evidence gloves with you in court today, is that correct?
That's correct.
Sorry, sir, before you just go into that, just with reference to the bag that you have before you, what, if any, markings are on that relate to sort of your case, your case number with Canton Police?
So it is there's a case number assigned to us, 22-87OF, and there is a property number, 22-18PR, and it's listed as broken drinking glass.
Have
And
you seen the item contained within that bag earlier this morning as well?
yes,
And what you observed within that bag, is that the piece of the cocktail glass that you observed on the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take it out of the bag and display it to the jury. Thank you, sir. You can place it back in the bag. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as an exhibit.
Yes. The 45.
Now, Lieutenant Lank, once you were back at the police station, what, if any, call did you receive from anyone in regard to who, if anyone, called you once you were back at the station?
Jennifer McCabe called at 9 a.m.
And where did you go following that phone call with Jennifer McCabe?
Lieutenant Gallagher and I went back to 34 Fairview Road.
So this is now the third time that you've gone back and gone inside the residence of 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with, along with yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher, once you returned there that morning?
Jennifer McCabe.
And about how long a period of conversation was that second conversation that you had with Mr.
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And then following that, where did you go from there?
Returned to the police station.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 4th of 2022. You working on that day?
I was.
And in the same capacity that you had described earlier?
Yes.
And at some point, approximately 8:50 a.m. or so, who, if anyone, called you on that?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, or where did he direct you to go during the course of that conversation?
Lieutenant Gallagher directed me to go back to 34 Fairview Road and meet with Chief Berkowitz as he had possibly discovered more evidence.
And in the time between January 29th and February 4th, had you gone back to 34 Fairview Road at any point?
No.
Now, between that time of January 29th, 2022 and February 4th of 2022, what, if anything, occurred in regards to the weather in between those days?
So the weather had, the temperatures had increased and there was some rain.
And increased, if you know approximately how much?
I believe it made it up to the mid 40s.
So well above freezing, is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the snowfall that had come from the 28th and the 29th, what, if anything, just in general, had you, well, not in general, specifically to 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe between the snow that you observed there on the 29th and the snow that you observed there on February 4th?
A lot of the snow had melted and a lot of the ground had been revealed.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on February 4th, what, if anything, did you observe and where did you observe?
Chief Berkowitz brought my attention to a piece of red glass that was about 6 to 8 feet off the into the yard.
Now, before we get to that, as far as when you responded, who, if anyone else from your department, responded along with you?
Detective Tim Taylor.
And the pieces of plastic that you observed, where were they in relation to where you had observed or where you had been directed to that Mr. O'Keefe had been found on January 29th?
The glass was in the vicinity of where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered.
Now, with respect to that pieces of plastic that you observed, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize where they were?
I photographed the piece of plastic as it sat.
And did you or anyone in your presence touch, manipulate, or move those pieces of plastic in any way?
No.
And at some point after you arrived on scene, who, if anyone, did you contact in regard to securing those items?
I contacted the CPAC unit and ultimately Trooper Buchanan arrived back at the scene.
And if you know about how much time elapsed between the time that you contacted CPAC and the time that Buchanan arrived?
I honestly don't recall.
And when Trooper Buchanan arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you observe him to do with those pieces of plastic that you directed his attention to?
Trooper Buchanan secured the item into a evidence bag.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you two photographs. It's actually just briefly to look them over and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize in those photographs?
I recognize this to be the piece of plastic that Chief Berkowitz had observed on that morning.
Those are the photographs that you took that morning as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on February 4th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Now, the Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next to exhibit.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first of those photographs up on the screen. And Lieutenant Lang, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen currently?
Yes.
And this is sort of a further out image of that piece of plastic you were talking about, is that correct?
Yes.
Using the laser pointer before you, if you could just draw the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe that. Thanks. Ms. Gilman, the next photograph. And sir, do you again recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, it's a close-up picture of the piece of plastic.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can. If I may have.
Yes.
Further on.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
All right, looks like Jackson's going to take over on cross. This is about to get really interesting. Really, really interesting. I want to thank everybody for being here. I appreciate y'all being here today. I try to run my streams a little bit different, where I'll do the enhanced audio uninterrupted. We're going to get ready for Alan Jackson on cross of...
All right, jurors, so you're about to hear evidence of an event that happened in 2002. This evidence can be considered by you insofar as it demonstrates or relates to the credibility of this witness and the thoroughness of the investigation into this case for which the defendant is currently on trial before you folks. You may use this evidence to the extent that you find it credible in deciding whether there was any bias or favoritism on the part of the police in their investigation in this case.
May I?
Mr. Jackson, yes.
Lieutenant Lank, I want to start by asking you about your relationship with certain members of the Albert family. Do you know any other members of the Albert family other than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Can you describe who those are?
Kevin Albert, who is a detective on our department, Chris Albert, and I know Tim Albert.
Are those three individuals brothers?
Yes,
Who is the eldest brother?
Brian.
How long have you known, I want to start first with Tim Albert. How long have you known Tim Albert?
I knew Tim Albert when he was a kid because he was friends with a younger brother of a friend of mine.
Starting at what age?
12.
So you've known,
He was 12. I was probably 16 or so.
okay, so the better part of your life, you've known Tim Albert.
Since about 16, I would say.
And what about Chris Albert?
Chris Albert, I've known since junior high,
Which would be about what age?
13, 14,
You grew up with
12,
Chris?
12, 13. I was friendly with Chris from junior high through high school and into our 20s.
And friendly with Tim?
I wouldn't say I was friendly to say hello to Tim. I didn't associate with him. He was younger. He was Chris's younger brother.
But you also knew Chris's older brother, Brian?
Yes.
Back in those days.
I knew who he was.
So you've known the three of them for basically your entire life?
No, I had met them. I had met Brian. I didn't know him other than just being Chris's older brother when we were younger kids.
Certainly with regard to Chris, you would consider him a close friend.
Consider who a close friend?
Chris. I'm
Yes.
using first names only because they're all.
Sure. Chris and I were pretty good friends when we were younger, yes.
I want to draw your attention to an incident in August of 2002. Do you remember an incident in 2002 occurring with, that involved Chris Albert?
Yes.
In 2002, in August of 2002 specifically, you were off duty, correct?
Yes.
You had been drinking alcohol, correct?
Yes.
You were approached by Chris Albert out in the parking lot, is that right?
That's correct.
And Chris Albert told you some information about being in a fight. That he had been in a fight or an altercation of some sort, correct?
He told me he had been in an altercation earlier in the night and some threats had been made to him and his family.
And you got out of your car and discussed this with Mr. Albert, correct?
No.
You just talked to him while you were seated in your car?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did some other individuals approach that same area?
Yes.
Was there a fight that you believed was about to ensue?
Yes.
Did you get out of your car at that point?
I did.
Did you come to Chris's aid by quote unquote activating yourself as an officer?
I got out of my car and I approached the group and I pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight. There's 6 of you guys. He's here with his girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight.
Did you come to Chris Albert's aid as best you could as a longtime friend of his?
I came to the aid of a citizen who was in fear and of need.
That citizen happened to be Chris Albert, whom you had known since you were 12 years old.
Correct.
Ultimately, a fight did break out, did it not?
Yes.
And you engaged in that fight.
Yes.
And again, you had been drinking alcohol at that point, correct?
Correct.
And you were off duty in August of 2002 during this fight.
Yes.
Just like you were off duty in 2022 when you were called by Sergeant Good to activate and come to the crime scene at 34 Fairview.
When Sergeant Good contacted me, I was not working. I was due to work at 7:45 that morning. When Sergeant Good contacted me and told me what was going on, then I activated myself and came to work because I was the detective sergeant.
And that's similar sort of activation, using that word in air quotes, it's similar sort of activation that you employed back in 2002 to assist Chris Albert.
No.
You did, in fact, call for someone to call the police and get some Canton officers over there, correct?
Excuse me. So in 2002?
In 2002.
Yes.
Okay, and I failed to ask you this, but in 2002, you were in fact a Canton police officer
Yes.
at the time. After the other officers arrived, did you order the other officers to handcuff or somehow restrain one of the two brothers that were involved in this fight with Chris?
No.
Ultimately, did you see whether or not those officers handcuffed or otherwise restrained one of the brothers that was involved in this fight?
Yes.
And did you then engage physically in a fight with the other brother who was not restrained?
No. The struggle had already occurred.
All right. So let me make sure I get the timing right. You did, in fact, engage in a physical fight with one of the brothers, correct?
Upon being struck, yes.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Upon being struck, yes.
And then you struck him back.
Yes.
You ended up on the ground.
Yes, we were wrestling, yes.
And ultimately, the other officers had to pull you off that man, correct?
No.
You ultimately, the fight was broken up between you and the other brother. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And that fight was broken up by the officers who were on scene.
Yes.
After this physical altercation with the brother who was not ultimately restrained, both of the brothers and everybody else was just told by the officers, just go away, get out of here, go home, correct?
No, I believe one of the brothers left the scene, fled the scene, and the brother that was restrained was ultimately uncuffed and left free to go.
And nobody was arrested that night.
Correct.
Nobody chased down the brother that left the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody arrested the brother that had been handcuffed.
Correct.
And no police reports were written by you or any of the other officers about this incident on that night.
I don't recall when the other officers wrote theirs. I did not write mine on that night.
The next day, you became aware that one or both of the brothers had arrived at Canton Police Department to file a formal complaint for having been physically attacked by you and some of the other officers involved, correct?
I don't recall when I was made aware that they had come down to the police station.
You are aware that there was a complaint sought against you for the physical attack that was alleged to have occurred, correct?
It was brought to my attention that they had come down to the police station.
And you also are aware that only after that complaint had been sought, the police reports were then dated and filed against the two brothers, correct?
So I had spoken to the sergeant on duty the night of the
Yes or
incident.
no question. I'm just looking at the time.
It's not a yes or no question.
So he was just asking you about dates. So can you answer the question? Ask the question
Could you
about the
repeat?
dates again, please.
I'm seeking the chronology of events. A fight occurs, a complaint against you occurs, and then police reports are filed against the two people that are complaining against you. Is that the chronology?
Yes.
And you're also aware that although he had been in a physical fight that night, no charges were ever brought against Chris Albert, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know that?
I don't know. I don't even know where the fight occurred.
Officer Lang, what we just talked about, is that an example of you using your position as a police officer to come to the aid of one of the members of the Albert family?
It was me coming to the aid of a citizen who was terrified and scared for him and his family on that night.
Who happened to be
Who happened?
named what?
Excuse me, who happened to be Chris Albert.
You mentioned Kevin Albert. Who's he?
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police.
Is he a coworker?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Probably since 14, 15 years old.
And you also consider him to be a friend as well as a coworker
I do.
and a colleague.
Yes.
And you're also well aware. I mean, you've said it already. He's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And you're also aware that the reason that your department was ultimately recused from this investigation, Lieutenant Lank, is because of a perceived bias or conflict of interest between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department.
correct?
Yes, there was a perceived bias.
Can you tell me one more time, now I want to fast forward to the incident in question. What was the exact time that you arrived at the location, if you know?
I believe it was around 6:24, 6:25.
Okay, and you indicated that that was in response to a call that you got from Sergeant Good.
Yes, that's correct.
What made you decide, or could you have decided to take this particular call? Was it up to you, in other words?
I would never not take that call.
Okay, fair enough. So once you got the call, you knew that you were going to respond because there was something very serious afoot.
Correct.
Did you know at the time you got the call that that very serious incident was occurring at 34 Fairview?
No.
When did you realize that?
Upon speaking with Sergeant Good.
Okay, so Sergeant Good didn't, I guess that's what maybe I asked an inartful question. I was asking whether or not Sergeant Good told you before you actually arrived, sort of had to have, that it's at 34 Fairview.
He did.
Okay. At that point, did the light bulb go off and you think to yourself, ding, that's the Albert House?
I don't recall if I realized it then or once I turned onto the street. I don't recall.
At some point before your car came to a stop, you knew this is 34 Fairview, this is the Albert household.
I knew that was Brian Albert's house, yes.
When you arrived, who was the ranking officer at the scene? You mentioned, obviously we've heard these names, Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, you. Who was the ranking officer?
When I arrived, Sergeant Good was the ranking officer.
Have you reviewed well, let me ask a different question. Did you have a dash cam in the vehicle that you arrived in?
I did not.
And that's because was that a detective vehicle?
Yes.
Sometimes used undercover, et cetera?
Yes.
So it's not a fully marked cruiser.
No, not at all.
The other cruisers you're aware did have dash cams, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any or all of those dash cams from Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good?
Yes.
And you reviewed those in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 16. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bates if you could fast forward that to about the runtime of about 28:35 or so, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Before we play this, it appears to be a still image of.
So let's not describe that.
Sure. What do you see on the screen?
I see two still images.
Okay. Do you recognize either or both of those images?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
It looks like the scene from that morning from, I believe it's going to be the top one anyways, that 683 Officer Seraph's cruiser.
And the bottom one?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Looks like possibly Sergeant Goods based on where it's placed.
Okay. If we could fast forward. To the 28:40 mark or so. Mr. Bates, and play that. And let's pause it for a second. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
indicated that you have reviewed these videos in anticipation of your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the top video, and specifically to an area right around this area in the video, which is highlighted. Before we play, a couple of foundational questions. Did you meet with Jennifer McCabe out behind the vehicle that's depicted in the Officer Seraph dash cam?
Yes,
Did you have some sort of a conversation with her?
I did.
At some point, did you see Ms. McCabe leave your presence and walk toward the driveway?
Once the conversation had terminated, I honestly don't recall where she went.
Did she tell you that she intended to go inside the house?
I had said to her that at some point we're going to need to speak to Brian and Nicole
Why did you think it was important to speak to Brian and Nicole?
because it's their property.
And somebody was laying in the snow, unconscious and unresponsive, correct?
Correct.
And obviously that could potentially, at least, implicate people inside the house.
Based on my conversation with Ms. McCabe, she had stated that the intention was for Mr. McCabe, for Mr. O'Keefe to join them at that house. So I wanted to get statements from everybody who was there.
Find out what happened, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's sort of the obvious initial point of an investigation. Find out who the witnesses are and interview all of them, correct?
Correct.
And you began by talking to Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
knowing that she was a potential witness at least, correct?
She identified herself as a friend of Mr. O'Keefe.
Who had been with Mr. O'Keefe just hours before.
Yes.
He ended up laying in the snow fighting for his life, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also knew that there were other witnesses potentially inside the house because she just told you that, right?
I knew that that was ultimately where he was supposed to end up.
So if there were other witnesses in the house, if there were other individuals in the house, they also were potential witnesses.
Potentially.
And Ms. McCabe indicated, I'm going to go in the house, correct?
I had told her that she's going to have to wake her sister up because we're going to need to speak with them.
You didn't think that it was more important to separate the witnesses and not let her talk to other witnesses?
No.
You felt that it was appropriate to let all the witnesses get together and just discuss the facts before you had an opportunity to interview them separately?
Objection.
Desk to the form.
I'm just letting the siren go out.
That's fine.
Lieutenant Lake, if you could direct your attention to the area that I highlighted earlier. Let's go ahead and play the video. Stop. Did you see anything occur at or around the car in the distance?
It appears to be somebody walking towards the house.
Was that Jen McCabe?
I can't say for sure.
Do you see yourself, by the way, in this video?
Yes.
Where are you?
Right here.
Okay. You've described sort of the, I don't know if it's tan or gray.
It's a gray North Face jacket with it's black on the top.
Okay. Toward the shoulders.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play the video, and I'll indicate another stopping place that I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about. Apologize. No, go. No, sorry. I'm standing in front of someone. Did you see another person shorter in stature approach you?
I believe right there. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe it's Kerry Roberts.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did you see yourself just exit screen right?
Yes,
It appeared that you had something in your hand.
yes,
You're taking a call
yes,
on your cell phone.
yes.
What was that call?
I don't recall. It could have, I can't see what time that is. I don't believe that I made the call to the CPAC unit until around 6:38, so I'm not sure who that call was from.
If you'll direct your attention, I think now down toward the camera below,
Yes,
you may see yourself enter the frame. Can we go ahead and play it? Go ahead and pause it. Does it appear you're on the phone?
yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Pause it. Did it appear that you walked off screen left?
Yes,
Still on the phone?
yes.
Go ahead. Pause it. Did you see somebody following that same direction?
It looked like Officer Seraph.
Go ahead and play it.
Actually, I'm wrong because that's Officer Seraph right there, so I'm incorrect.
You think it might have been Sergeant Good?
Could we play it back?
With the court's permission.
Sure, go ahead.
Pause. You recognize that person?
Yes, I'm mistaken. That's Sergeant Good.
Okay, go ahead. Pause it. Does it appear that you've walked back into the frame?
Yes,
Are you followed by anybody?
I believe it's still Sergeant Good.
Are you speaking to Sergeant Good or are you walking away from him? Or can't you tell?
In that frame, it appears I'm standing right next to him.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did it appear you were sort of walking away from Sergeant Good off frame again?
Yes, it appears that I'm pacing.
Were you still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead. Pause it. Directing your attention to the top video, do you see the SUV in the video?
Yes,
Does that SUV appear to be leaving the scene?
yes.
Do you know who was in that video? In that SUV?
I believe it's going to be Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. At that point, are you walking back into the frame on the lower video?
Yes,
At this point, Lieutenant, are the lights at 34 Fairview on or off?
They still appear to be off.
And at some point while you were at the scene, did the lights come on? I think you testified to that earlier.
Yes.
I'd like you to pay special attention to that moment and maybe tell me to stop when you see those lights come on. It may be a minute or so.
Sure.
At this point, does it appear that you're still on the phone?
Yes.
How's it? At this point, is there anything that changed in the scene?
Yes.
What's that?
It appears that there's now a light on inside the home.
And at this point, Ms. McCabe has been inside the house for approximately how long, if you could estimate?
Maybe 3 minutes.
And are you still on the phone? Or have you ended that call?
I can't tell if I'm still on the phone at that point. I know that right around this time is when I end up speaking to the CPAC unit, because I believe I get into the vehicle.
Let's play it just a little bit further forward, maybe another 30 seconds or so. Okay. Does it appear at this point, if you can see, does it appear that you've ended that call, or at least your hands are down by your side?
I can't tell.
Okay. You would agree with me, that's all I have for that. Okay. You would agree with me that that was without counting the seconds, that was about a 5-minute phone call, or maybe a little better than 5 minutes.
I wasn't watching, to be honest.
Do you have any idea who you were talking to now that you've seen that?
I could make an educated guess, but I don't know for sure.
You did notice that several minutes after Jim McCabe went in the house, and while you were on that phone call, the lights finally came on at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
At the point the lights came on, the ladder truck had already gone, left from the scene, correct? The fire engine.
I believe so.
The firefighters are all gone.
Yes.
The ambulance has already left and transported Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
The paramedics are gone, the EMTs.
Yes.
Fire captain and his SUV, that's gone. Is that right?
I'm sorry, was there a question?
The fire captain and his SUV, that's gone.
I'm not sure.
In other words, all the fire and EMTs.
I don't see them on camera.
Doesn't appear that any fire or EMTs are still on scene, correct?
Doesn't appear so.
Carrie Roberts is gone.
Yes.
Karen Reed is gone.
Yes.
So when the only parties left at the scene are members of the Albert family, Jen McCabe, and the Canton Police Department representatives, that's when the lights inside 34 Fairview finally came on.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And then minutes after that call, you did then speak to CPAC, I'm sorry, to dispatch, correct?
CPAC dispatch.
Right, I was getting to that. It was a dispatch and the dispatch was to CPAC, not to Canton PD.
Correct.
And at some point, did CPAC dispatch indicate that they were on their way, they had declined the call? What was that call all about?
So there are two separate calls.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Who did you talk to at CPAC?
I don't recall who handled the first call at dispatch.
Okay, do you remember having a conversation with Kelly Dever?
No. I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about CPAC dispatch, not Canton Police dispatch.
Okay, fair enough. At some point, did you have a conversation with, well, let me ask it this way. I just don't know. Did you talk to both Canton dispatch and CPAC dispatch?
I definitely spoke to CPAC dispatch.
And okay.
I'm not sure if I spoke to Canton dispatch or not.
All right. At some point, did you say, did you indicate to one or the other, I'm responding to 34 Fairview, we have a Boston police officer who was just found?
I stated that I was already at 34 Fairview.
You indicated
I
that he
believe.
does have some trauma to his head area, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, quote, I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. Our medics don't believe he's going to make it,
Correct.
end quote. Sergeant Lang, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
So somebody disclosed to you that it appeared that he had been in a, quote, fight or whatever, at least at that point. That was your thought.
No.
And what made you say, well, you didn't say to dispatch, the victim appears to have been shot, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been stabbed.
No.
He had been strangled.
No.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been hit by a car.
Correct.
You said it appeared that he'd been in a fight or whatever, correct?
I stated that he had some trauma to his head, and I said, I don't know if he has been in a fight. And then I believe I described it as I don't remember my exact terminology, but it was a crazy scene.
Chaotic scene,
Possibly. I don't recall my exact words, something to that effect.
but you do recall your exact words to dispatch being, I don't know if he's been in a fight or whatever.
Correct.
I want to talk about inside the house for just a few minutes, if I could. You've talked extensively about the crime scene outside, and we'll get to that in a second, but I want to talk about what did or did not happen inside the house. Did you actually make it inside the house at some point?
Yes.
Okay. When was that? How long? Let's use Jennifer McCabe as the time frame. How long after that did you finally go inside the house, after she'd been in the house?
So it was specifically just after I got off the phone with CPAC.
So just a few minutes after we ended that video.
Yes.
And you walked you said either along the driveway or through the yard.
I believe it was up the driveway.
Okay. Once you went in the house, you made contact with the individuals in the house, correct?
Yes.
And you believed, at least at that point, that there was a potential that there was a, let me rephrase that. You knew that you were dealing with a violent incident, correct?
No.
You thought maybe it was just a heart attack?
I didn't know what it was at that point in time. I didn't know what it was. Could have been a multitude of things.
But what was going through your mind at that point was it could have been a fight or whatever, because he had trauma to his head. Those were your words.
Those were my words. Yes.
Okay. So you didn't think it was like some old man who died of old age, right?
Based on his age, no, I wouldn't have suspected that.
You didn't think it was an accidental drowning or something.
Again, it could have been a multitude of things that caused those injuries. So at that point in time, we had no idea what we were looking at.
But you were aware that it had something to do with a violent incident. He had trauma to his face and he's unconscious, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe that there were any indicators that Mr. O'Keefe had been involved in some sort of a physical altercation?
Possibly.
Okay. And that's because you used the phrase, he had trauma to his face and head, right?
That's what I had been told, yes.
So based on what you had been told, you knew that there was a person laying out unconscious just outside a residence that may have been involved in a physical altercation. That's fair.
It's a possibility, yes. But again, there were a multitude of things that were going through my head as possibilities.
But that's one of the premier possibilities, right?
I wouldn't say it's premier, it was one of the possibilities.
And it's logical to believe that if a fight had occurred, very well may have started inside the residence 30 feet away.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe in your mind that it was possible, given the fact that a violent confrontation was possible in your mind, that it could have started inside the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
Did you see Lank's face just as they came to this sidebar? Just came to the sidebar. And Jackson is digging in, and it's getting tense right now. And Lank wants out of there, in my opinion. He wants out of there. So again, I appreciate y'all being here. I know people have come and go throughout the street. We're going to come back to court now. Ellen Jackson crossing.
Ma'am?
Sure.
Lieutenant Lang, given what you believed at the time and the possibility that there was a fight or whatever, did you logically think in your mind, your state of mind was it possibly could have started in the house?
If it had been of confrontation, it could have started anywhere.
Right? The house is part of anywhere, right?
Correct.
So in other words, the house is not excluded in your mind at that point as a starting point for the investigation. Is that right?
Well, the starting point would have been where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered. And then based on speaking with the witnesses, there was no indication that he had ever made it into the house.
Well, you didn't know that until you followed up on your investigation, correct?
Well, I learned that by speaking to Ms. McCabe.
So you just took Ms. McCabe's word for it.
At that point in time, that was the only person I had spoken to. And she gave me a timeline of events from that night where Mr. O'Keefe was supposed to come back to the house, but never made it.
Have you ever been, in your course of investigating cases, have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Yes.
So it's not necessarily the best investigative technique to just take a witness's word for something, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You need to actually investigate the circumstances for yourself and to your own satisfaction. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
One of those investigative techniques would be to walk into the house and figure out who's who there, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. One of those investigative techniques to satisfy yourself that you're actually getting to the truth of the matter would be to walk into the house and figure out who's in the house first.
I will agree that I needed to speak to the people in the home. I can't just walk in their house. I have to announce myself and they don't have to let me in.
I understand. I'm not trying to parse those words. I just mean entering the home and interviewing witnesses. That would be a normal part of your investigation initially, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that the most obvious place to look for witnesses that may have information about a fallen man in the snow would be 30 feet away in the home, correct?
Correct.
So once you're inside the residence, you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that there's a stair that services the second floor. Is that right?
Straight ahead, yes.
Right. Just before the staircase, there's a door to your left, right?
I don't recall.
You remember whether or not there's a door that when you open it, goes directly downstairs to the basement?
I don't recall.
You indicated on direct examination that you didn't notice anything. I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me. You didn't notice anything out of place in the home.
No.
But you didn't go downstairs to the basement and look, did you?
No.
Didn't look for broken furniture down there.
I didn't enter the basement at all.
You didn't look for torn clothing down there.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How about anywhere in the house? Did you look for broken furniture or torn clothing or blood evidence or DNA evidence?
At that point in time, I never made it past the front foyer area.
So the answer to my question is no, you did not.
I never made it past the front foyer area.
So if I were to ask you one more time, I know you never made it past the foyer. Did you ever investigate the foyer area or any other part of the house for evidence of a fight?
The only area I was able to observe at that point, everything appeared to be in order.
But you didn't search the rest of the house for a fight, Lieutenant. That's all I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't have had probable cause to do so.
And did you seek guidance from a court as to whether or not you might have probable cause?
Do you mean a search warrant?
That's what I mean.
I wouldn't fill out an affidavit for a search warrant because it wouldn't have probable cause.
In your mind, there was no PC to search that house, right?
Objection.
Let's move on from this.
One of the ways to secure a premises, any premises, in a normal crime scene investigation would be to remove the witnesses and animals from that premises to sort of freeze it and lock it down, correct?
If there was a reason to do so, yes.
Okay. Were the witnesses in this case asked to come outside the house in order to freeze the house down as a potential crime scene?
No.
Were any animals removed in order to freeze and lock down the house as a potential crime scene?
I didn't observe any animals.
Did you, and this is the last question on this issue, did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises, the inside of the house, in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
No.
Did you allow witnesses to go inside the house other than Jim McCabe?
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe Matt McCabe entered the house after I had come out.
And did you seek to separate any of the witnesses or admonish them that they are not to be in each other's presence and discuss the facts of the case before you had an opportunity to interview them?
No.
And as you sit here, you have no idea, when you were not in their presence, you have no idea what the occupants of that house were discussing
Correct.
or what they were doing.
I have no idea what they were doing.
You have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Given the fact that you were the first law enforcement officer inside the house, did you seek to photograph anything inside the house?
When you say I was the first law enforcement officer, I was with Sergeant Good. Both of us walked in at the same time.
That's fair. I don't mean to be vague, but you were sort of leading the discussion, correct? With the interviews.
Yes.
At least according to Sergeant Good, you were taking charge.
Sure.
As the first law enforcement officer to take charge inside the house, did you seek to photograph that?
No.
So that location.
No, I did not.
Did you make any drawings or diagrams of the layout of the house?
No, I did not.
Did you note where the furniture was or was not?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you note in a diagram where furniture was? There's a dining room table here. It's got 6 chairs. There's a kitchen table over there.
No, I did not.
Did you note in any document where the individuals were, the human beings were in relation to each other when you walked in the house?
Are you asking me where I were, or did I make a
I'm asking you
diagram?
whether or not you documented that.
No.
Had you been told at the time that you went in the house that John O'Keefe was found out in the yard, that there was a shoe missing, his right shoe was missing?
No,
You didn't have that information yet?
I did not.
Did you subsequently learn that?
I learned that much later after we had already cleared the area.
Tell me what much later means. Days, hours, weeks?
I honestly couldn't give an exact answer on that.
I think I know the answer to this, but you didn't do any search for any missing clothing from the victim inside the house.
I did not.
Last question on this, or last series of questions on this issue. You understand the importance of electronic devices in modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
iPads, cell phones, things of that nature.
Sure.
Because they can record things like photographs, videos, conversations, text messages, and emails.
Yes.
Would you consider electronic devices relatively vital in modern law enforcement investigations?
I'm sorry, violent?
Vital.
Yes. Yes.
Right? They're critical items of evidence, right? It's like walking around with your entire life in your palm of your hand, correct?
Correct.
Did you seek to secure any electronic devices from any of the occupants of that house that morning?
No.
Did you ask for consent to look through their electronic devices, for instance, their cell phones, for text messages, or communications?
No.
Did you believe, well, turning back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Lally, you did in fact interview Brian Albert at the scene, correct?
Yes.
You also interviewed his wife.
Yes.
Did you believe at any point before you interviewed Mr. Albert that it was incumbent upon you to let your supervisors know that there may be a conflict of interest because of a personal relationship that you had with the family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever, in fact, not whether you believed it was important, but did you ever, in fact, notify any of your superiors at Canton PD or any other law enforcement agency that you had a personal relationship with the Albert family or members of the Albert family?
I did not.
You indicated that you believe you spoke to Mr. Albert and his wife, Nicole Albert, for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Is that what you said?
Roughly.
Did you record that conversation?
I did not.
You had your cell phone with you, correct?
Yes.
You know that has recording capability?
Yes.
Was anybody else with Nicole? When I say with, I mean in earshot of Nicole and Brian Albert when you interviewed either one of them or both of them?
Jennifer McCabe.
So you interviewed them together.
Yes.
Did you then interview Jennifer McCabe?
I had spoken to Jennifer McCabe outside. To the best of my memory, I believe once we were inside, I was able to get some more information from her based on the chronological order of events.
And when you were getting this information about the chronological order of events, that was within earshot of Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
Yes.
So when you interviewed Brian Albert, Nicole and Jennifer McCabe were listening, correct?
Yes.
When you interviewed Nicole Albert, Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe were listening.
Yes.
And when you got this chronological layout of the night before from Jennifer McCabe, Brian and Nicole were both listening.
Yes.
After you met with the three of them and interviewed them, you indicated that you came back. You'd already left, you came back. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, so forgive me. When you came back, it was around 9 a.m.?
No. I came back just moments later.
Had you actually left? I may be a bit confused, so I apologize. Had you actually left and driven back to Canton PD?
No.
Okay, so you just came back in the house?
When Mr. McCabe entered the house?
No, I'm so sorry. I'm jumping ahead, so that's unfair. You left, now we're at the point where you've already cleared the crime scene.
Okay.
And then at some point you get called back
Yes.
because Ms. McCabe said she had additional information she wanted to impart.
Yes.
When you interviewed Ms. McCabe that second time, were Brian and Nicole Albert there?
Yes.
Were they within earshot?
Yes.
And they listened to that conversation as well.
Yes.
After that conversation, did you meet with any other witnesses between February 29th, later in the day, January 29th, any time until February 4th?
No.
None.
No.
do want to talk for a second, just a brief second, about setting up a crime scene outdoors. You indicated that the crime scene was relatively secure, was your word. It was relatively secure because there were patrol cars or cruisers sort of around the perimeter
Yes,
of the yard. Is that right?
that's correct.
Crime scene tape wasn't working because it was windy.
Crime scene tape was up, but it was being blown all over the place.
Okay. And of course, Canton PD has the ability to go get stakes and just hammer some stakes into the dirt if you wish to.
No,
You don't have stakes at Canton PD?
No, we-
Eat stakes. You eat STAKES.
I know what a stake is. No, we don't have any.
Canton PD doesn't have those.
No,
So if the crime scene tape was blowing down, that was just sort of a, let's give up on it. Wasn't doing any good.
no.
In your mind, it was futile.
The crime scene tape was futile, yes. It was left up until we made the determination to take it down, but it wasn't really doing its job.
All right. And once the scene was cleared, all those cruisers that were protecting that crime scene were now gone, right?
Yes,
And all the cruisers were gone by about 7:50 in the morning, 7:50, 7:55.
yes,
So before 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely, I'm sorry, after 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open,
yes,
unsecured,
yes,
and available to anybody who wanted access to it.
correct.
One of the reasons to secure a crime scene is to minimize the possibility of evidence destruction on one hand, correct?
Yes,
And evidence tampering on the other hand, right?
sure.
And examples of evidence tampering could be just moving a piece of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's overruled. Just not too much further with this, though.
I've just got a couple of quick questions about this.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. An example or a couple of examples of evidence tampering could be something as simple as moving a piece of evidence, moving it from here to here, correct?
That would be tampering, yes.
Hiding evidence, getting rid of it, right?
Yes,
Taking evidence out of the scene or putting evidence back into the scene, correct?
yes,
Or even planting evidence that didn't exist before. All of those would be examples of tampering with evidence.
yes.
And setting up a proper crime scene minimizes or eliminates the possibility for that.
Setting up a crime scene would, could you say that again, please?
Sure. Setting up a proper crime scene, securing a proper crime scene minimizes or tries to eliminate the possibility of that type of evidence tampering. Obviously.
It would, but at this point in time, we weren't aware. At this point in time, state police had said they weren't responding. So there was no longer an area to preserve at that point.
So in your mind, well, let me phrase it a different way. What that means is after 8 a.m., that scene was just open.
It was.
You found both the blood that we saw pictures of and the cocktail glass that we were just introduced to this morning, correct?
Yes,
You searched the area that was adjacent to where you believed the body was. Is that right?
we searched, I would say, about a 6x6 or 7x7 area,
6x6 or 7x7?
roughly. 6 feet on each side.
Right. You were looking for obviously anything that was out of place, anything that didn't belong,
Yes,
like a man's size 12 shoe would have caught your attention.
it would.
A black baseball cap would have caught your attention.
It would.
Piece of plastic broken probably would have caught your attention.
Yes,
Certainly 45 pieces of plastic would have caught your attention.
yes,
And between you and Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Lieutenant Gallagher, none of that was found.
the only things we found were the things that were documented.
You did find the blood, however, is that right?
Yes,
Who literally physically leaned down and scooped that blood up?
me.
And that was done in a plastic solo cup that we've heard a little bit about.
Yes, yes.
You're aware that those solo cups are unsealed?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher got them out of a sealed package.
When I say unsealed, I mean they don't have a lid on them. They're not airtight containers.
Correct.
So once you scoop up the snow and the dirt, and the debris and the grass and everything else, along with the blood, they're just open to the air.
Yeah, there was snow and blood. There was no dirt and debris in the class that I can recall.
You're sure about that? There's no dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any, no.
You didn't observe any dirt and snow? You don't think there's dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any dirt in the glass. Excuse me, the cup.
Okay. Certainly wasn't a sterile cup.
No,
Certainly wasn't a crime scene cup.
no.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab warns against collecting any biological material in anything made of plastic, correct? Are you aware of that?
No.
When you scooped up the blood, did you videotape that process so we know exactly which blood stain was scooped up from where?
I don't recall if it was videotaped, but we did not document which scoop went in which cup.
Okay. So if there's multiple contributors of the blood, we'd sort of have no idea which blood drop belonged to whom, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once these unsealed cups were in your possession, what did you do with them?
The cups were placed into the Toyota Tundra that I was driving that day and ultimately returned back to the police station.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about the process once you returned back to the station. They were put in a brown evidence bag, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, when you log these items into tell me the name of it again, it's temporary evidence?
Temporary, excuse me, the blood was put in temporary evidence refrigerator.
Okay, inside the evidence bag. Cups are still inside the evidence bag and it's logged in.
I don't recall that. I'm not sure if I took them out or not. I don't recall.
You indicated that there's an item number or property number that's assigned to them.
Yes.
There's generated a seal or a label to go on the evidence that's being stored, correct?
It should, yes.
And the bag is sealed. The evidence bag is sealed like this red tape that we see on this thing, correct?
When possible, there are certain items that can't be bagged, and then sometimes you create a tag and attach it to a tag.
Right, but if it's a brown paper bag that's an evidence bag, you certainly just fold over the edge of it and just put a red evidence seal on it to make sure that that's secure and not tampered with, correct?
That would be one way to do it, yes. I don't recall if I left them in the bag or took them out of the bag. I don't recall.
If you left them in the bag, you likely would have, if you're booking them into evidence, you likely would have used some red crime scene, not crime scene tape, evidence tape.
If I had left them in the bag, I would have put the property label right on the bag.
So everybody could see it.
Yes.
Okay, there's an evidence bag with important evidence in it. Don't mess with it. It's secure, correct?
Yes.
Can we have tab 23? Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
I believe it's Miss Reed's vehicle.
For the record, you're looking at what's been previously marked as exhibit 37. You see a little white rag down there by the right rear quarter panel?
Yes.
Let's go to tab 24. You see that white rag?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you see a bag sitting next to it?
I do.
Doesn't look like an evidence bag, does it?
No, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag.
Stop
But
and Shop.
actually, it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says Stop and Shop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
That's a grocery bag.
It is. And that's exactly what our evidence bags look like. So that's what I thought it was at first.
Right, except it doesn't say anything about evidence on it. It says Stop and Shop, correct?
Correct.
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag.
I'm not sure.
You were when these pictures were taken?
I could tell that it's the Canton Police Sally Port. So it's some point after the state police had seized the vehicle.
And at some point after you had brought the solo cups back to the station.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, these were taken on February 1st when the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab finally took possession of these items of evidence, correct?
I was not in the police station for those 2 days.
Let's look at the next tab, tab 25. You recognize that?
It appears to be solo cups with substance inside.
Are those just any solo cups or those the solo cups that you took back to the station from 34 Fairview?
I mean, I couldn't say definitively, but it certainly looks like it.
It appears that they have red liquid material floating in the bottom.
Yes.
That appear to be blood.
The top three I can see. Yeah. The only two I see that don't have it are the bottom two left.
Okay. Let's look at the next tab, which is 26. And you see somebody with gloved hands opening that bag? Same bag, little white rag right there?
I do.
Okay. That appear to be the same 6 solo cups?
That you just showed me in the previous slide?
Yes.
Yes.
So are those the same 6 solo cups that you gathered at the scene at 34 Fairview and ultimately brought back to Canton PD?
They certainly appear like they are, but I can't say definitively, but they appear to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead. Sure.
They appear to be the same solo cups, but I couldn't say definitively.
Let's go back to tab 24. And the reason you can't say definitively, Lieutenant, is because there is no label on this bag, is there?
Not on that side of it, no.
There is no property number on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
There's no evidence tape on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
Well, let's look at the other photographs. Well, before we do that, are you suggesting that all of that material is on the other side of this bag?
I don't know. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you I don't know.
Okay, let's look at the next tab. Looking at it from the top, does it appear anywhere from that vantage point that there's evidence tape that's ever been put on that bag, that has ever been secured?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Well, one of the ways that you can tell that evidence tape has been put on an item is because when the evidence tape is placed on it, it's completely sealed. And if in fact that seal is ever broken, it's not torn off, it's cut, and there's initials put on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever used evidence tape before? To seal anything?
I'm sure I have. I don't recall off the top of my head.
How long have you been a detective? I'm sorry, how long were you a detective when you were a detective?
I was a detective for 11 months as a sergeant, and then I was a detective for 15 months back in 2011, 12.
And in your experience, and how long have you been a police officer?
Over 24 years.
So in your 24 years of experience and over a year as a detective, you can't remember if you've ever used evidence sealing tape?
As I said, I'm sure I have. I just can't recall one off the top of my head.
If you can recall using it at all, isn't the protocol that when evidence sealing tape is used to seal an item of evidence, when it's removed, it's not torn off, it's cut, and then new sealing tape is put over it with an initial and a date, correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. That's all I have for this.
Okay, I'm going to see Councilor Tybar for just a minute, please.
All right. Jackson thundering away. They're probably going to wrap today. I think that's what's going to happen here before they call the next witness. Or maybe they're discussing, Lally, what is your next witness? Or how long is your Your redirect going to be, that's probably what's going on because they're going to wrap probably at 1 today. And that's what I'm guessing is going to go on here. That's what I'm guessing is going to go on here. I just want to let everybody know we had a $15 donation come through from Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you, the private user that's the private donor that sent that, and 25%. It's a half day today, so I think 1 o'clock is going to wrap it. Or am I wrong on that? Is it a full day today or a half day? I thought today's a half day. Anyway, so I think that's probably what they're going to discuss here. Looks like the jury's leaving. They're probably going to break, or this may end court today. They're probably not going to start any more testimony. That's what I'm guessing. Karen looking at Lank. Wow. Wow. Following Lank right out. Wow. The lies and corruption. She knows. Did you see her eyeball in Lank? Wow. Just being able to look at the people that framed you, that is part of this frame job and this cover up, looked at him completely as he walked out of the courtroom. Wow. 240 total in donations. 25% will go back to Karen. So we have $60 today. I'd love to get to 100. That'd be great. And I will donate that right at the end of the stream today. Not too sure if we're going to wrap or what's going on, but we'll see. Usually stop at 1 for break. Lank looked really bad today. He got caught in a lot of things. It was interesting to see that Lank allowed Jennifer McCabe to leave from the scene, walk back into 34 Fairview. Then about a 3 to 5 minute time went by when Lank was on the phone. And then all of a sudden, when Karen and Kerry leave, the lights come on in the McCabe's house. I mean, I'm sorry, the Albert's house. Jesus, so much. There's so many names being thrown around. I wonder what's going to be discussed. They're probably discussing if another witness will be called today. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. So I got to put the vote out there. If you were someone that's just coming into this case and knew nothing about it, and I know it's tough to say that, and I know it's tough to speculate off this, how would you vote? Would you vote right now guilty or not guilty? Let me know inside the chat. Guilty or not guilty? As of we sit right now, how would you vote? Not. Tons of knots. Not tons of knots. Tons of not. Not. I think everybody in here is a not right now. Tons of knots. Not. All right, we'll see what court's going to do here in a moment. Not guilty because of reasonable doubt as of right now. It's what Carol is saying. Not guilty. Let me ask you a question. And be honest, please. I mean, we're not going to attack you here in the court, in the chat. I want to know, is there anybody that's watching today that said that, in their personal opinion, that Karen Reed is guilty, but now that you've watched almost a week of testimony, it has changed your mind to not guilty? Let us know. I really would like to know that. Just be honest. Has your decision swayed? Has it changed? Has it changed? Has your Morrissey's not going to stop it. I'm going to tell you right now. We're in trial now. This is going all the way. The only way this is going to stop is if the FBI jumps in, but I think that this is going to be all the way, unfortunately. So what the Fox says, I've always been on the fence, but let's face it, we really don't know. But I'm definitely on the side of she's not the not guilty side now. Well, thank you for your honesty. A lot of people would not be honest in here because they would be afraid that they would be attacked. But we're always looking for honesty. I'm that's nice that you came out and said that, and just let us know. Press says, I just never really knew the whole story, and I still don't feel I do. Okay. Thanks for your opinion. Let's see. Not guilty because of reasonable doubt right now. This woman is innocent. Puck says not guilty. Reasonable doubt just left the stand. That's what Darcy's saying. Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. Sloppy police work. Press says I would need to know more. That's fair. Not guilty. Lou says this is a good no attacks page. No charge. Not guilty. Not. Kel says not. Christine says not. Puck says, in my opinion, the cops sprinkling the taillight will doom them. They had a better shot framing it without the taillight, in my opinion. Private Privacy says it looks more corrupt every day. Officer John did not get his injuries from a car accident. Attorneys look like they're still at sidebar. Sidebar. Reasonable doubt. Everybody's saying reasonable doubt. This could end testimony today. I mean, we're creeping up on the 1 o'clock hour. That's usually what happens. But we'll see. We shall see. Reasonable doubt, not guilty. Someone stated that Lely was with Morrissey late night. Pressure? I don't think pressure. I think it's I think they got their hands full with Jackson and Yannetti. Yeah, it could be pressure. Could be pressure. But I think that they're up against it here. Totally up against it. They didn't know that this match was going to be. This is why they dragged this out for 2 years. This is why the Commonwealth dragged this out for with all the hearings, because they probably thought that Karen would get scared, want to cop a plea because they increased it to second-degree murder, cop a plea, 5 or 10 years, whatever it may be, 15 years, and get out and be on your way. But now you have 2 phenomenal attorneys, and I think Lally didn't really understand the scope of what he was going to be up against. And that's what I think is happening here. And now they're probably like, oh, shit. Yeah, they never expected this. Elde Dewan saying I predict an acquittal. I'm starting to feel that way too. My belly feels good. When it first kicked off, I was like, I don't know, but now I'm starting to get that good feeling in my belly. And you got to keep in mind, this is only really like week 1. We have another 6 weeks of this scheduled. So a lot of stuff will keep coming out and emerging. We're seeing a lot of repetitive stuff, but I think that's a lot with the police officers, EMS workers. All right, back in court.
What's up with them?
Jim.
Oh, we're bringing them over? Yes, please.
Please, please. Rise for the jury.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Like Jackson's still on cross.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have at this time.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, sir, with regard to incident you were asked about from August of 2002, can you explain in your own words what happened?
So I had left the establishment, Centerfields is what it was called at the time, and the owner had asked me if I could drive a patron home who had too much to drink, so I obliged. Walked across the street to the parking lot, got in my truck with the patron, and as I was pulling out, that's when Mr. Albert approached my truck and told me how he had been in an altercation earlier in the evening with Mark Lapalato, and that Mark had made threats towards him and his family, that he was going to harm his family. They had a young child at the time. Mr. Albert was concerned and asking me what he should do. Excuse me. As I was telling him what I think he should do, he said something to the effect of, "Oh no, here they come." And I observed multiple men walking down the sidewalk in our direction. At this point, I got out of my truck, approached the group, and pleaded with them. I said, "Guys, not tonight. He's by himself. He's with his wife, girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight, and I did my best to diffuse the situation, but they weren't having it. They made several attempts to push past me. Ultimately, a wrestling match ensued. Mr. Lepalato at one point said, I know who you are, I don't give a fuck, and asked me what I was going to do about it. A wrestling match ensued. I was punched, and at that point I defended myself and did engage in a physical altercation with Mark.
Now, you were asked about sort of timing of reports. You didn't write a report until a couple days later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why was it?
I had spoken to the shift supervisor that night, and I asked him if he wanted me to return and generate a report at that point, and he advised me that I could do it the next time I was at work, which was a couple of days later.
And as far as the police responding to that parking lot that night, how were they notified, if you know?
I had yelled across the street when the group was trying to push its way past me. I yelled across the street to the bartender, and the owner had made their way, excuse me, out onto the sidewalk street area. I yelled across the street, and I said, call the police, and they ultimately called 911.
Now, what, if any, relevance or factor did any of that have in your minds in regard to your response and interviews or anything that you did on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely nothing.
And in fact, that involved Christopher Albert in 2002, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you were at Brian Albert's residence in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, just because their last name is Albert, they're separate people. You have separate relationships with each of those persons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you grew up in the town, you work in the town. Fair to say you go to calls regarding people that you know,
Yes.
whether that be witnesses, people that you arrest, any of the like, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the questions that you were asked about Mr. O'Keefe, just to be clear, you never laid eyes on Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point in time on January 29th or thereafter, correct?
No, I didn't.
You were asked some questions about, on the cruiser cam video, whether you were on the phone. You indicated that you could make an educated guess as to who you were on the phone with. Who would that be?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And so at the time that you're on the phone from that video, Lieutenant Gallagher was not on scene yet, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the weather on that day, you talked a bit about sort of the weather as you were on scene. During the time that you were on scene, did it essentially persist in the same manner?
Yes.
And then later on that day, what, if any, change occurred with regard to the weather?
As I recall, while we were there, it stayed the same. If anything, it might have gotten even worse.
And from your memory of that day, did that continue throughout the course of the day while you were working?
Yes.
Now, with regard to in the house at 34 Fairview Road, each of those occasions, if you could, with respect to the three occasions that you went inside the house to speak to people, where were those people within the house?
The first time I went in, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert were located, I believe, on the stairs or sitting possibly at some point on the stairs. Jen McCabe was to my right. The second time I went back in, excuse me, was also through the front door. And it was the same positioning, except this time Matt McCabe was present, and Matt was also to my right.
And then on the third occasion, when yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher came back to speak to Ms. McCabe further?
We went in through the door to the right, so it's to the right of the main door. We went in through that door and stayed in like the dining kitchen area, and that's where I spoke with Jennifer.
And that third time that you went back and you spoke with Jennifer, where was Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, any of those parties that were there before? Do you know?
They were present. I actually don't recall if Matthew McCabe was there the third time. Brian and Nicole were definitely there. I believe they were in the general vicinity, but I couldn't tell you exactly where they were.
And same thing when you went back on that third occasion, what, if anything, did you note as far as the interior of the house, anything askew, anything out of place?
No, everything looked to be in order.
Nothing further on.
May we approach very briefly?
Yes.
All right, attorneys are chatting. They're probably going to wrap up here at 1 today. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for all your donations that have come in. We have $60 that are going towards Karen Reed's defense fund. I will, as of right now, and I will add that to her defense page and post receipts for transparency. If you want to donate, you can. There's multiple links that are dropping throughout the room. You can super chat as well. We'll take money off those super chats and put it towards her defense fund as well. We'll wait here, see what happens. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think they're going to probably break for the day. Jackson might have a few questions for recross, but I think most likely this is going to wrap up for the day. But we shall see. Oh, Whit, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jim, that's the $1 million question. That is the $1 million question. You know, what happens here? If Karen Reed is found not guilty, completely exonerated of all these frivolous charges, will there be an investigation? We know that the FBI has investigated the investigation, and we're trying to get an internal audit in the Canton PD, and this is all starting to add up and make sense. It's all starting to add up and make sense. And will someone look into this? Will someone investigate the Canton Police Department or all the people that have been acquainted with this case? That is the $1 million question. Yeah, Missy, there is, if you go to the Court TV page and you probably search Karen Reed, you can find a layout there. There's also a couple of other people. If you go into the Justice Group, if you're part of the Justice Group, I believe it's in one of the tabs, the document tabs, and that'll give you the layout of who is who as well, too. Yeah, there's lots of information in the Justice page. If you just go to the Justice page and you click on the tab Files, I don't know, you should, I mean, everybody's part of that group. Just go to Files and you can find all of the relative files about this case right there. and you'll be able to find probably the tree. And I know Court TV has one as well too. There, I've shown the graphic many times. I prefer that one. It's just a lot easier to see. But I think there's someone in the justice page that posted in the file section that has an actual breakdown of everybody. And all right, we'll see what happens here.
Mayor, Your Honor.
Yes.
Very briefly, Lieutenant Lank, you indicated that you claimed in your description that you were assaulted by the local leader brothers, correct?
Yes,
The fact is, they were never convicted of anything having to do with this case, the case that you're describing. Isn't that true?
correct.
You also indicated that they made either a threatening comment to you or disparaging comment to you about, I don't give a fuck, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that what was actually said was you said to them, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to make your life miserable?
No,
All of this incident was in furtherance of you protecting a member of the Albert family when they asked for your help, correct?
no, it was me protecting someone who asked for my help who was clearly in fear.
Who happened to be in Albert.
Happened to be in Albert.
Thank you.
All right, you are all set.
Thank you.
Lieutenant, you're all set, sir. Let's try and get some testimony from one more witness.
Yes.
And jurors, we will break right at 1, but let's see if we can get more testimony, please. Who's your next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Lieutenant Charles Ray.
Okay.
Mindful step right up.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
The number of these, whatever it is. Good. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Charles Ray, R-A-E.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Approximately 25 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton Police?
I'm a lieutenant.
And how long have you had the rank of lieutenant with the Canton Police?
I've been a lieutenant for about 9 years.
And what, if any, sort of specialized duties or assignments do you have within the Canton Police Department?
Day to day, I'm going to be a patrol shift commander. Some ancillary duties include overseeing the family services unit, which includes juvenile services, school resource officers, sexual assault investigations, and special populations.
And if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022, were you working that day?
I came in to work the day shift at about 7:30 a.m.
And what is the day shift of the Canton Police?
7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m.
And when you arrived that day at the department, what if anything was sort of going on at the department that day when you arrived?
Well, there was a well forecasted snowstorm. It was in the early stages. So when I came in, there was a lot of, as there usually is a shift change, a lot of comings and goings, people leaving the shift, people coming onto the shift. And it was a busy dispatch area at that time.
And at some point after you arrived at work, were you made aware of a call that your department had dispatched to shortly after 6 a.m. on that day?
Correct.
And so just in general terms, what was it that you learned about that call?
The outgoing shift sergeant, when he returned, usually there's a roll call. I believe that day, I don't recall there being a roll call, but there was an exchange of information as there typically is in the dispatch area. And I was advised that there was an unresponsive man found in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that outgoing shift supervisor was who?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if any, information were you given as far as the unresponsive man?
That he was a Boston police officer. And he was found at 34 Fairview Road.
Yes, yes. At some point, did you learn what his name was?
Yes, Mr.
And who did you learn?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And were you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe?
I had never met him before, no.
At some point, did you become aware of where he lived?
Yes.
And from what you had learned from Sergeant Goods, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe being transported from the scene to the hospital, who, if anyone else, was transported from the scene to the hospital?
I was advised that his girlfriend was on the scene as well, and she was subsequently transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, the same hospital that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to.
And at some point over the course of that morning, did you become aware of any children that Mr. O'Keefe was responsible for as far as illegal guardianship?
Yes, I was made aware that he was the guardian of two young children that may or may not be at the house at that time unattended, given the fact that both he and his girlfriend were transported.
Based on that information, what, if anything, did you decide?
I'm not sure if it was a suggestion of the former chief or if it was just something that organically developed, but it seemed like the right thing to do a well-being check on the children at One Meadows Ave, which was Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And just with respect to the former chief specifically, who are you talking about?
Ken Berkowitz.
And a well-being check, if you could describe to the jury, sort of what is involved in that and what does it entail as it applies to this situation?
As it applies to this situation, we believe that there may be two young unattended children, and knowing that both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed wouldn't be returning to the house anytime soon, we wanted to check on them so that if they woke up and wonder where everybody was and need some assistance, that perhaps we could provide that and help locate other loved ones or bring them to the police station if we had to, just to kind of provide some sort of comforting presence.
And within the Canton Police Department, is there a specific cruiser that's allocated for sort of the shift supervisor?
Yes, 682.
And is that the cruiser that you used to go to One Meadows Ave?
We did.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with?
Sergeant Lehan and he was the incoming sergeant.
And what, if any, role does Sergeant Lehan have with regard to the department? Specific role?
Now he's a detective sergeant and prosecutor. At that time, he was a shift sergeant.
And so the 682 cruiser that you were driving, are you aware that has a cruiser camera fixed to it?
Correct.
Have you had occasion to review that footage from that particular cruiser on that particular morning? I have now, yes. Your Honor, if I could ask to publish for the jury a portion of Exhibit 41.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have that on the screen, if I could ask Ms. Gilman if you could fast forward to 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 53 seconds. And what's up on the screen right now, Lieutenant, do you recognize what that is?
That'd be the interior of Sallyport Door 3, which is where the 682 would have been parked.
And then from there is where you drove from that position to One Meadows, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run for 5 minutes. Chairman, if you could pause it there. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes and 25 seconds. If you could play it from there, please. Gentlemen, if you could pause it there. What's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
One Meadows Ave.
And sort of the middle of the screen, is that sort of a front door to the home? Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
The door that you went to, is that the door, or did you go to a different door? If you know.
I don't remember which door we went to.
Now, with respect to this home, had you ever been there before?
No,
Subsequent to this, did you come to learn also that the residents of One Meadows Ave had cameras of its own?
yes,
Have you seen camera footage from both the driveway and the front door from the residents from that morning when you were there?
yes.
Now, as far as a well-being check, if you could just sort of physically describe to the jury, what is it that you're doing with regard to a well-being check when you come to a house like this?
We're going to check to see if there's anybody there, which is typically the case. And we're going to go knock on doors and see if there's any activity of anybody at the home.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play. If you could pause it there, Mr. Now, so it appears from this you pull into the driveway at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes,
And there's a vehicle directly in front of you, correct?
correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of or the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say from what's depicted up on the screen, was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time when you came in there at approximately 8:23 in the morning, correct?
Yes,
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or you look around the house? What is it that you do on a well-being?
you would go to the front door or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. You take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case, we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No,
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
pause right there, Mr. So the individual just sort of walked across the front of the cruiser. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And who was that?
that was me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how. Maybe we approach.
Okay. Lieutenant, we're gonna need you back tomorrow. We're going to break for today.
Okay.
So, jurors, that's it. If you can stay just for a minute. That's it for today. We've asked those same three, or I give you those same three cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning. So report at 8:30.
Sure, you got to do your numbers on your chairs and taking all your items. You all rise, sure, follow me.
All right, court adjourned for the day. Oh, look at
That's
that.
it for today. We're good. Thank you.
Diana, going to
You don't
Dubai.
need
We'll have fun.
I do not, Your Honor. No.
All rise, please.
Yes, going to Dubai. That's going to be it for courtroom testimony for today. So I was just looking at something as far as, let's see, court TV's on a delay. Let's see that taillight. I grabbed a screen grab of it. Let's bring that up real quick and see what you all think and what you all see. Doesn't look shattered to me. See it right here. I mean, it looks like there's still a lot of it intact, and this piece of the tail light is perfectly fine. What do you all think? Yeah, it just looks like a chunk is missing on the corner to me. You can see here. That's the intact light, and then here. What do you think? Yeah, and it's a great point by Elise. She says no other damage at all. There's no other, I mean, no, really. I mean, it's just matching this side of the driver's side of the vehicle. Look, driver's side of the vehicle, passenger side of the vehicle. Looks like the only damage or crack is here. Piece of that lens. So I don't know. Remains to be seen. Zoom in again. Zoom out. So what the Fox says does look like something's missing. If she hit John's car and cracked it, it could have fallen off on the way. Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking that looks like some snow or ice over that too. Could have fell into the housing. Absolutely. Should screen grab it when it's on the tow truck. Yeah, we've seen that. You can see it better. It's not shattered. I still see, let's see. I want to see this here. So the light extends down to here. If you look here, the light extends to here. That light is still there. That's the whole section of that light all through here. Still there. It's a possibility, Danny. They could have. They could have. The evidence is going to show everything. So it's interesting. Interesting to say, I would say. Okay, my friends, we raised, let's see, $60 today for Karen's defense fund. What I'm going to do is I'm going to post that up right when I get off this stream, and I will post receipts on my Facebook page and on my YouTube community tab. And what you can do is you can actually just go right to her website, and it will say LTL Media Chat Raiser. So I appreciate all of that. As far as my schedule, it's going to be tough for me. I'm going on a really big stretch at work over the next 9 days. I definitely know I'm not going to be able to stream trial. I'm going to try to make a way that I can stream trial, but I don't know if it's going to happen. I may have to just come in on some periodic nights and do some recaps, and I would appreciate you all coming to check out the recaps. So that's going to be it for me today. I do have a lot of stuff that I need to do, some personal things I need to get out of the way, and then possibly come back later on here in the studio and do some work. I have some new camera rigs that just showed up, mounting rigs that just showed up. So I want to work on that. And it's pretty warm in here today, so I want to get out of the room for a while. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for the donations. For Karen, I'm going to post up the $60 right now, right when we get off this, and post receipts. And I'll be back soon. I'll pop in as much as I can and try to do some recaps or some shows over the next week or so. It's going to be tough for me. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for sitting through testimony with me today. I hope you found value in it, and I hope that the stream was loud enough, because I have been enhancing the sound, and I hope it's clear. All right, everybody, I'm going to pop out. Thank you all so much. Have a good day and enjoy the rest of today. Bye.
Take the chance.